Hello, everybody. We'll call the meeting to order. Charlie, would you mind, or whoever, do the roll call for us?
Yes, thank you, President Broussard. Here.
Here.
Commissioner or Vice President Covello. Here. Thank you. Commissioner Torgerson. Is Commissioner Torgerson online? Yes, he is. Thank you. Commissioner Bowl. Thank you. Commissioner Schiffer.
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Rithaler.
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Curran.
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Francisco, are you joining us online? Yes, sir.
Yes,
I see you. Thank you. Commissioner Wildcat.
Here.
Thank you. Senator Driscoll, Legislative Liaison. Thank you. Representative Sandy Newsom, Legislative Liaison. Thank you. Governor's Liaison Tom Lebanon, are you joining us? Governor's Liaison Lebanon, are you on yet? He is absent at this point. He had mentioned to me that he will be in and out periodically throughout the day. President Broussard, we have a quorum. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Would you like to go through the welcome?
Yes. Welcome to day 2 of the annual fall meeting, November 22nd, 2024. The primary mission of the Wyoming Gaming Commission is the protection of the wagering public and the health, safety, and welfare of the participants in all lawful gaming and parimutuel activity. All meetings of the governing body of the agency are public meetings, open to the public, except as otherwise provided pursuant to Wyoming statutes 16.4.403A. This meeting is being held via Zoom. It's also available to watch live on YouTube and via the video streaming. The commission may open an executive session, again pursuant to 16.4.405A at any point, and inclusion on the agenda does not necessarily constitute a commission action. Thank you, President Broussard.
Thank you, Charlie. So at this moment, if you guys would join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Do you have any comments, updates? Okay, we're going to skip through item 9D, which is President, Vice President updates, and move right into the exciting part of the day. Item number 10, gaming study.
President Broussard, if I can kind of set this up a little bit. For everybody in the audience that's listening and folks online, we do have Spectrum Group joining us this morning. Thank you very much for that. As most of you know, shortly after the legislative session, we did an RFP to come up with a group, and we made the selection of Spectrum to do the study for the state. The study was done pursuant to the footnote in the budgets. So those were the items that we were looking for, working with Joint Appropriations Committee and the Gaming Commission on that. When we look at this study, gaming and horse racing and everything that's here in the state of Wyoming, it's my belief we need to look at this in kind of a organic, maybe, kind of way, or ecosystem. And so as we're going through this report, so many pieces of this report and things that are happening in the Cowboy State right now, they affect something else, whether it's a saturation, whether it's conflicts, whether it's current businesses or things that are operating out there, the cannibalization. But we need to look at this as the state of Wyoming in that kind of an environmental piece. In the environment, in an ecosystem type business type environment, if something fails, it's going to have a response to every other piece of this. And so we've got to look at it that way, commissioners, if we can. We've got a lot of work here, and hopefully we'll take the time. And I'm going to turn it over to either President Broussard or Nick to move on into the next step of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Nick, you want to introduce the folks?
President Broussard, you'll see online we've got several folks from the Spectrum Gaming Group. I'll actually just turn it over to them and they can kind of kick this off and maybe give us an overview of what they've done, and then we can start going through the study.
Well, thank you very much, and good morning, members of the commission. I'm Joe Weinert, Executive Vice President of Spectrum Gaming Group. Spectrum is a vigorously independent research and analysis firm that specializes in the economics, regulation, and public policy of legal gambling worldwide. We've been doing this since 1993, and we've served more than 25 state entities in more than 25 U.S. states and territories. Steve Ingus, our Vice President for Legal and Regulatory Services, was the project director here. And I'll turn it over to him in just a minute, but I'd also like to introduce Ted Grove. Ted is our Senior Associate for Legal and Law Enforcement Services. Matthew Robe, who is our primary market analyst. He's our Senior Vice President for Financial Analysis. And we have one of our Senior Peer Mutual Associates, Paul Reineveld. Steve, I'll turn it over to you to discuss the project specifically. You're on mute, Steve.
And good morning, everyone. Thank you, Joe. Spectrum was retained to conduct a feasibility study of the regulatory system and the various authorized forms of gaming in Wyoming. And during the course of our review, we examined the regulatory system, the pertinent statutes and regulations governing authorized gaming, and conducted numerous interviews, either live at your offices or via Zoom and through various sites around the state. We received great cooperation in all respects. And ultimately, we found that the regulatory system that is in place is governing very effectively and efficiently. Although we do, during the report, throughout the report, we make certain recommendations that we believe will enhance the regulatory system. For example, just to name a couple, we believe that it would be prudent to have legal staff for the commission. At the present time, you do not have any legal staff, and this is inconsistent with best practices throughout the global gaming sphere. So we recommend that. We also recommend that the minimum age for gaming be consistent throughout and that it be raised from 18 to 21 in various respects. Right now, you do have it at 21 for skill-based amusement games, but it is 18 for online sports wagering and HHR, and it is very unusual, particularly for online sports wagering, to have the minimum age only at 18. We make various other recommendations pertaining to live horse racing and also with respect to enhancing the licensing and operation requirements for the various authorized forms of gaming. And if there are no other questions, I'll turn it over to Ted Grove for a brief overview of what Ted did, and he conducted some live interviews.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Steve. The recommendations that Spectrum has set forth are outlined in the report. I just want to highlight just 4 quick ones that I think are very important. As you know, there's a 90-day licensing timeframe for the state of Wyoming. And it's our recommendation that that be enlarged as needed. So we envision an amendment to permit the director to enlarge that in certain cases. Number 2, we do not recommend automatic licensing. There is a provision in the sports wagering vendor rules that allows for licensing if a vendor is already licensed and operating in 3 other states. that is not consistent with best practices, we recommend a full and complete investigation of every applicant. Number three, we also recommend a conservator provision be put in place to allow the appointment of a conservator in the event a licensee license is revoked. That would permit the operation of the facility to continue without having the staff laid off and the resultant economic impact. And lastly, we also recommend certain statutory amendments that are set forth in the report, such as adding a state money laundering statute. I think Wyoming is one of the few, if only, state that does not have that. Thank you.
Okay, the next in line, I think, would be Matt Robe. Is Matt there?
There we go. Fine. Sorry, everyone. I had to figure out how to unmute. My portion of the job was to take a look at the existing business in both the SBAG and the HHR businesses and look at where they're located, how they're operating. Are they operating efficiently? Is there too much of it, too little of it, or just about right? And it looks from all, when you compare it to other states, what's going on in Louisiana, what's going on in Montana, what's going on in Illinois, West Virginia, other states with very, very active distributed gaming markets. The SBAG market looks pretty good. It's fairly well distributed around the state at various age-restricted 21-year-old operations. The fact that you can only have 4 machines per location, your restriction on maximum bet and maximum payouts, all make this an entertainment venue more than a gambling venue. As I did interviews and traveled around the state and visited with different operators and walked through different locations, everyone stressed that no, people play the games because they're here. They don't come here to play the games, as far as the SBAG business is concerned. So I thought that was very interesting to see. The other thing about that is that it does afford that sort of entertainment in counties where the parimutuel wagering is not legalized. So in locations where you cannot, by statute, have HHR because the county hasn't approved it, you can have SBAG games, and people seem to be enjoying those. Onto the HHR business. The HHR business is very, very robust. It's very good. It's growing. One of the keys that we looked at was how much of the market is being addressed, how much is market potential, both within Wyoming as well as available to draw into Wyoming from neighboring states. And we looked at that based on, of course, which counties have legalized the parimutuel. And there's some room for growth, particularly from out-of-state markets. In order to do that, there's going to need to be investment by the HHR operators in locations that are proximate to state lines. We note in the report that much of the Colorado market north of Denver is closer to the Wyoming border and more convenient to get to the Wyoming border in an HHR gaming facility than it is to the facilities in Black Hawk and Central City outside of Denver in the mountains. Also, the drive is easier. You're not going through a mountain, you're going across a plain. So it's a much simpler, easier drive for people to get to from, say, Greeley or Fort Collins. That's what I looked at. Looked again that there is potential to grow that business primarily from out-of-state markets, pulling from Nebraska, Salt Lake City, and the Colorado market.
Next in line, thank you. Next in line would be Doug Reed, talk about parimutuel live racing.
I don't see Doug on. I know he's on the listening in, but he wasn't able to get into this to be able to present. So I could pinch hit if you'd like. Oh, there he is.
Paul, are you muted?
Doug, please proceed.
I am.
Okay, I'm sorry. Paul, go ahead. You started. Did Paul start? I think he started. I don't want to interrupt.
No, you go
No,
ahead.
we were
Doug.
just waiting for you to go on. It's up to you, Doug.
No, go ahead, Paul. You started. Go ahead. Take it, and I'll fill in if needed.
Okay. Well, yeah, Doug Reed and I did the study or the analysis on the horse racing and focused on the migration of horses to Wyoming and where they're coming from. We used 3 years of daily racing form data to figure out where horses from outside of Wyoming are coming into the state. With the breeding industry growing in leaps and bounds, which is exciting to see, the breeding industry still isn't enough to provide enough horses for the number of days raced in Wyoming. And the other reason we were looking at the migration of horses was to determine whether or not there is possibility for growth of racing dates currently with the horse population. We think that there can be. We think that it needs to be a method of growth where there's sustainability mostly with the purses. Purses are the number one way you attract horses to a jurisdiction and to your racetrack, and purses are directly tied to HHR. And that was where Matt's analysis was key to determine whether there was still growth in HHR to help grow purses and thus grow racing dates. And we believe that there is. It just needs to be a steady growth and not just a massive all of a sudden growth. We also looked at the gaps in the rules in Wyoming and how they relate to the Horse Racing Integrity and Safety Authority's rules. And there are some gaps, but I will say it was really nice to see that Wyoming's working very diligently towards adopting many of the safety and integrity rules that HISA already has, or the ARCI. In addition, we looked at the safety studies that had been conducted this past year and again, note that many of the recommendations are being followed, rules are being adopted, and we feel that there's a lot of good work by the Wyoming Gaming Commission towards that. I turn it over to Doug. I probably left some things off.
Well, I'll be real quick. The only thing I'll add is on the live racing in 2025, the proposed dates, we thought the month of August was, so to speak, too crowded. We think Wyoming can handle the number of dates that's been proposed, but they need to be spread out more. If you run more days in 30 days versus the same number of days in 60 days, it's a lot easier for the horses to participate and run back, over a longer period of time. So we think the month of August is going to be a challenge the way it is currently proposed. And the details of that are in the report, which I don't want to, go through, but I think that's worth mentioning. Thank you.
And commissioners, we're available to answer any questions you might have now or anywhere down the line after this meeting.
Okay, thank you. So we'll open it up for questions. And yeah, the commissioners first. Questions, Dan? No? Can count on Dan.
Microphone work. Mr. President, I wondered if you all could comment on the purse structure in Wyoming versus other competing tracks, how we stand and how much more we need to do to attract horses from those other jurisdictions. Thank you.
Doug?
I'll start. I think the purses are pretty good with the tracks where you're getting horses from right now. The question is, as you expand dates, if HHR doesn't grow, more races will make the average purse decline. So you've got to watch. That's why we suggested what I'd call measured growth is, you want to make sure the purses stay competitive. If you have twice as many races and the same amount of HHR revenue, so to speak, your purses get cut in half to be, exaggerate the point. But that's the point that you've got to watch. So currently you're okay. As Matt said in his report, and we use that data as well, if you can grow the HHR, which is the main purse driver, that would even help the situation more. Did I miss anything, Paul?
No, that's exactly right.
Charlie? It's
Thank you, President Broussard. Gentlemen, I have a couple questions here. The first one would be, and whoever can answer this, did you look at the effect of Nebraska with their casinos going to be opening in the near future on that Cheyenne market?
Matt?
I'll take that. Yes, we absolutely did. And the locations of the proposed locations for the Nebraska operations are very far from Cheyenne relative to the operations in Cheyenne. It's unlikely that people will choose to drive a long distance to go essentially have the same experience if they can do it nearby.
Okay, thank you. And also, again, with the Nebraska market growing the way it's expected to, how is that going to affect the horse population? But also, my days as a director of racing and racing secretary, population of horses it's a big deal. It's what you live and breathe with. And could you maybe explain to the commissioners a little bit on just how that population affects how many horses you typically need, and especially that relationship with 4 days a week. 2 days a week creates a whole different population than 4, 6, 8, whatever you're doing. Could you kind of go into detail a little bit for the commissioners?
I think that's a great comment, and obviously you show you were ex-racing secretary like myself. It's kind of what I alluded to with the month of August that you have. If you have the number of days is not just the simple answer, it's how many races and how many calendar days I think is more important to focus on than race days, because if so the population nationwide has been declining, so that's a challenge. The good news is Wyoming has a great breeding program. I mean, it certainly was actually, I'll call it fun to look at that and learn more about it. And I think that's an opportunity there to attract more horses. The thoroughbred crop right now is just too small. And I think you need to get the word out that it's an opportunity there. Quarter horse population is much better, but the number of horses is a critical issue. And you can actually do some arithmetic as far as your starts per stall and how many horses you need. I don't want to bore the commission with that, but we can, send more information on that if needed. Paul?
Well, a couple things about Nebraska. First of all, the Wyoming tracks, including the new Cheyenne license, like they do have enough capacity to have the horse population stabled at their facilities in the event they were looking at doing more race days per week. The one thing Doug touched on, the quarter horse aspect, that there are more quarter horses in Wyoming, and the tracks do run a 60-40 split between quarter horses and thoroughbreds. So the thoroughbreds that will be the difficulty if Nebraska gets big with their purses and attract more horses. We did see that there are some horses that go from Fauner Park in Nebraska to Gillette in the spring, thoroughbreds. But right now, Wyoming's running a greater proportion of quarter horse racing than there is thoroughbreds. So I don't know that Nebraska is going to be at that much of an impact early on. the last part about Nebraska is that their laws for gaming, they don't have to race that many race dates in order to have gaming. It's like a graduated amount of race dates over the next decade. And it'll take a while before you see a large impact from Nebraska, most likely.
I'd like to add on the Nebraska note that a couple of things. Paul is right. The race states is not going to expand, I don't think, too quickly. We listed that as kind of one of the uncertainties in the report because obviously things could change. But currently, based on our intel, the Horsemen's agreement with the tracks there is below par if you look at other states. So I don't think their purse structure in the beginning is going to be that great and that threatening unless they change their agreement with the tracks and get a larger share of the casino money, or the casinos just exceed expectations and do, really, really well to where that lower percentage helps them. So I think it's a while for Nebraska to really have any impact. It's worth following. It's an uncertainty, but in the short term, I don't see it as a threat.
Anybody else have a question?
I do.
Okay. Cactus.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to address number 13 in your conclusions. Just from my experience, considering the rule requiring filing simultaneous CTRs and SARs with FinCEN, this being pretty much a cash business because you can't obviously operate the HHR terminal with a credit card or anything like that. These are already pretty much strictly cash businesses, and I think it would be pretty onerous to ask these guys to go ahead and double up on those CTRs. I would suspect that most every deposit they make already involves a CTR. And so I think that would be a little bit too much. And then as far as the SARs, they're not even going to know when a SAR is actually filed with FinCEN. The State of Wyoming Gaming Commission, as a lawmaking authority or law enforcement authority, has the ability to get with FinCEN and find out if there are SARs. But as far as the operators themselves, they would never know if a SAR was actually filed on them anyway. So I think there's a little bit of problems with 13. Now, nothing gross, but certainly something that really I don't think we need to dive into.
Steve or Ted, you want to respond?
Thank you for that comment. We're looking in New Jersey for an example. In New Jersey, the rules are that when an operator, a licensed operator, files a C2R or an SAR, simultaneously, it's given to FinCEN and the New Jersey Division of Gaming Enforcement. And that's what we're proposing for Wyoming. So it's not if someone else files an SAR on a customer that the operator would know about. It's when the operator itself files those documents.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I think the important word there is voluntarily. So when the operator is voluntarily providing that information, it could do it simultaneously without any undue, burden.
Charlie, you have a question?
Yes, I do have one question, if you don't mind. So Doug or whomever, when you're calculating, and this is back to live racing, and I can answer the question, but I think hearing it from you would be better. 4 days a week, let's say 10 races a day, what type of population are we looking at, especially when we're looking at trying to not have horses running back week after week and multiple days during a week? How many horses would you need to have on the ground stabled?
Paul, do you want to take that one, or do you want me to?
Yeah, I mean, I just did the quick and dirty math on that.
Thanks.
And I mean, you'd obviously want to have, like, the ideal number of horses per race is 8, at least an 8 minimum to get the best wagering handle off of them. So at 10 races a day, that's 40 a week. That's 320 horses. Horses typically will run back depending 2 to 3 weeks. So, in that analysis, like ideally you'd have 1,000 horses on the grounds. You could probably get away with a bit less because horses, depending on the level that they're at, they will run back every 2 weeks. But there are the ones that go every 3 weeks, and particularly quarter horses, sometimes they're only once a month. So, in the case of 4 days at 10 races a day, it'd be great to have 1,000 horses.
So then just following up on that, so 1,000 horses, obviously you have to have 1,000 stalls. So roughly, you got some that are shipping in and out and doing that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the commission?
Yes.
Sorry, Yep, Jenny, Commissioner Wildcat.
Okay, I've got a few. I'll just kind of go down the line. So on page 6, you're talking about the predominant factor in determining winners rather than chance when it comes to skill-based games. What's a percentage typically seen across the country?
Are you referring to the skill-based games?
Yes, sir.
Many of those are illegal or operate in the gray market, and thus the numbers are not available to us. Matt, I don't know if you found reported numbers in other jurisdictions, but it's a tough data set to obtain.
And the predominance factor is a factor that's generally determined by a court or because theoretically in any of these skill-based games, you're supposed to be able to win them in any opportunity. And in fact, we note that in one of the counties, the hold percentage on the skill-based games is very, very low. And it seems that in that particular environment, there may be a group of people who dedicate themselves to playing these skill-based games and learning what the symbols are coming and what symbols have come. And if they can't win, they don't play the game. And if they can win, they do. So the predominance factor is something that GLI or another testing organization would take a look at. It's basically got to be 51-49, or it's not, or it's random and not skill-based.
Okay, just a follow-up too on that. So you have a recommendation that we, as the commission, should find that out. So do you recommend the 51-49?
I'm not gonna opine on that. It's beyond my skill set.
Okay, thank you. Can I continue?
Sure.
Okay.
You got it.
So the estimate of all the GGR as a percentage of AGI was included in the report when it came to tribal gaming. Is big facilities such as, or big tribes such as Pechanga, Sequan, Pequot, Shakopee, all included in that as well?
Absolutely. Yeah, that's a nationwide number from the NIGC, from their annual report. And then we added to that the commercial gaming number as well to get the global nationwide number.
Okay, what impact does it have on the reported number as Wyoming tribes are not on those levels?
None. The number, Commissioner, is a benchmark for what percentage of adjusted gross income is generally nationwide applied to casino gaming. And casino gaming is, in this case, dedicated. It doesn't include the distributed games. It includes only casino gaming. And so it's a nationwide number. So the Wyoming tribes are included in, I don't remember what division section of the NIGC you guys are in. I know it's not California. Do you know what zone you guys are in from the NIGC? Is it mountain? I don't really know.
Rocky Mountain?
Yeah. Is it Rocky Mountain zone?
Yeah, we're based out of Rapid City.
Okay, great. There you go. So there are 5 different jurisdictions, maybe 6 different zones for the NIGC. We aggregated them all together to get that nationwide number.
Okay. Okay. There's been several different points or several different times in the report that says that any type of growth, whether it be HHR or iGaming, will not have a direct impact on tribal gaming. Those are just completely based on the numbers that you found here nationally, correct?
Those are based on the evidence that we have from Michigan where Michigan, as you know, has commercial and tribal casinos, and the tribal casinos operate iGaming as well. And we have not seen a decline in Michigan commercial, or excuse me, Michigan retail or bricks and mortar gaming going to casinos as the iGaming has expanded in Michigan. Now we've seen growth almost come to a halt, but we haven't seen it reverse. We haven't seen people substituting casino trips for sitting in their living room playing on their phone.
Okay, just kind of an FYI, I guess, for you. Ever since HHR was introduced within the state of Wyoming, we have seen our foot traffic decrease by 48%. We've seen our coin in go down anywhere 31% from year over year from 22 to 23. 23 to 24, it's decreased 14%. So it is having an impact on the state or on the tribes. Sorry about that. Just kind of wanted to let you know that. And I guess the last question I have is,
And Commissioner, could I address that? Could I address that point? And that's not surprising that you would see as the tribal casinos in Wyoming are located relatively inconveniently for lots of population centers. The HHR facilities are located more conveniently for larger population centers. In order to get to Shoshone Rose, in order to get to Wind River, in order to get to, what is it, Little River is the other one. You have to make a dedicated trip. It's a long trip to get there. If in the interim I can go 30 minutes instead of 45 or instead of an hour, I'm going to likely stop at the closer gaming facility rather than make the trip to the dedicated gaming facility, unless I'm looking for a luxurious meal or an overnight stay or something along those lines. It's not unusual to see, as other gaming opportunities expand in the state, that the existing gaming facilities will lose market share and lose market to the new opportunities. That's common across the state. If you look at, the Chicago market, the same thing happened, the Cincinnati market. If you look at what happened in the Cincinnati market when Indiana had casinos close to Cincinnati, they were doing gangbusters. Ohio legalized Hard Rock Casino in downtown Cincinnati. The Indiana casinos lost a significant amount of their revenue. And that's a brick and mortar experience, not the iGaming experience. And we were asked to address what would iGaming do if there were cannibalization of iGaming to bricks and mortar gaming. And we have not seen that nationwide. We have seen growth slow in the states where iGaming is available, but we've not seen it reverse.
okay.
Could you repeat those percentages you gave us, do you mind?
Year over year from 22 to 23, decrease in 31%. 23 to 24, decrease in 14%. And since the introduction of HHR going back to 2012, 2013 is a decrease in 48% in foot traffic.
Do you know how is the decrease in foot traffic affected coin in and win?
Visits to the casino.
Yeah. So, but if you're getting, yeah, I'll let it go at that. When COVID hit, casinos saw lower visitation, but better visitation. So the people who were visiting the casino really wanted to get to that casino, really wanted to play, as opposed to you had fewer feet, but basically the same amount of dollars. So that was my question. Are you guys attracting a higher quality of player who likes a casino experience as opposed to an HHR experience? Or is it just, bodies in the seats?
We did see that increase during COVID times. We did have an increase in visits, but since that leveled out, we have seen the decrease as well.
Yeah.
So we didn't really take that year into consideration when it comes to assessing the impact of growth in the state of Wyoming on the tribes.
Sure.
Okay, so next question. It's a direct quote in there: because Wyoming does not have commercial casinos, the danger of cannibalization of casino gaming facilities may concern other states are not relevant here. So we talk about cannibalization here, and we're not in danger of that occurring here. Is that only taking into consideration Wyoming regulated casinos, or does that also include the tribes in regards to cannibalization?
Well, the cannibalization of as you expand opportunities to go gaming, people are going to have more choices. And, I always relate it to a pizza shop. If I have to walk 6 blocks to get a slice of pizza, and I'm in Chicago, so that's why we talk about it. If you have to walk 6 blocks to get a slice of pizza, I may go walk 6 blocks every other week. But if a new pizza shop opens 2 blocks away, I'm more likely to eat more pizza. Now, I won't abandon the old pizza shop completely because I still like their pizza, but I'm going to shift a lot of my wallet or a lot of my calories, as it were, to a closer location because it's more convenient. And you will see that whether you open a gas station, whether you open a grocery store, whether you open a movie theater, any kind of those forms of a bowling alley, any kinds of those forms of entertainment, people will choose to drive less rather than drive more.
Okay, the last question I have, and thank you for that, in regards to iGaming. I said that it would not cause an erosion of either of HHR or the native casinos. Do you believe it would restrict the ordinary growth? And so what would you consider ordinary growth and how would it restrict it?
Well, I haven't looked at what the growth pattern's been, and it's difficult to do that in Wyoming because, as you know, the three tribals don't report. So it's hard to see what's going on from the outside perspective. It's hard to see what's going on inside that business. As far as the HHR growth goes, it's such a growing industry and such a dynamic industry currently with new facilities popping up and new and better facilities being invested in by the operators. It's really difficult to get a level of growth that is consistent because the industry is not mature yet. So you've got a growing industry that's expanding locations and getting better at the product that they're offering. So it's difficult to come up with what a benchmark rate of growth would be in the state of Wyoming. Nationwide, I would say 3 to 5%, kind of along with inflation.
Okay. Kind of FYI on that one as well. I know the tribes have done a study, at least the Northern Arapaho tribe has done a study. It shows the huge impact on iGaming on our brick and mortar properties as well, and the negative. So that's it, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Wildcat. Do we have other questions from the commission? I'll be happy to take some from the audience if there's any.
President Broussard, I got a few things if we can get some clarification on, if you don't mind.
Sure.
On page 1 of the report, it references the GGR, or the gross gaming revenue. I've had several folks seek clarification on that. In the footnote, it states that gross gaming revenue is the amount retained by the gaming operators or devices after all winning wagers have been paid. Conversely, it is the amount of player losses. And when we compare a lot of the, like this says it's $1 billion a year industry, but when we look at our annual reports, we're not showing, $1 billion in losses. And it's difficult because HHR does total handle, and it's taxed on total handle. Skill game is net proceeds. Sports wagering is net proceeds. So there's a little bit of confusion with that. Could you explain that?
Sure thing, Commissioner. GGR is what the operator keeps or what the player loses, as it were. When we say there's $1 billion potential in the marketplace, that's how much potential there is. Now, it's unlikely that you're going to be able to capture all of that potential because of the restrictions on locations. You've got counties that are, verboten from offering this. You're also offering a product of HHR. You're not offering table games, which is again a little bit of a restriction on what the potential for the market should be. But we also looked at that included all the areas within 90 minutes of the border, essentially, or where you could put an HHR facility. That was the $1 billion. We also then looked at what's possible for well-located operators to capture from those out-of-state markets. And then we came up with a $400 million number, roughly 410, I think it was, $1 million number. And that would be if developers or operators were to develop locations that were attractive enough to draw people from the Salt Lake City metro and attracted to draw people up from Greeley, Fort Collins, and that section of Colorado. That's the potential. What you're getting currently is less than that because those facilities don't exist. Facilities of that quality in order to get people to drive that far do not exist currently in the marketplace. But that is what your potential could be, would be about 410. Did that make sense?
That definitely helped. Thank you.
Sure thing.
President Broussard, if I may.
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Another one on page 35, it states that you have found that you believe that all of the potential casino GGR in Wyoming is available to the HHR located at the off-track betting sites.
Yep.
Does that mean ultimately that the HHR market could overtake the tribal gaming? Because when I read that, it says that all of the potential casino GGR in Wyoming is available to HHR. I guess my question is, could that ultimately put the tribal gaming out of business?
I don't expect that to happen. And what I meant by that was, rather than look at, as I mentioned earlier, you guys don't offer table games in Wyoming. The HHR facilities do not offer table games. So 20% of casino revenue is typically from table games. However, there are only 8 table games in the whole state of Wyoming, and those are at Wind River. And they're only open, I think, 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. So there's not a lot of supply of table games in the marketplace. As a consequence, people who want to go play games don't have the option of table games. So they only have the option of HHR. So therefore, HHR becomes the best alternative and can capture the full 0.65% as opposed to a discounted number relative to table games.
Thank you, President Broussard. May I continue? Thank you. Also, on page 37, it talks about an unmet demand of HHR gross gaming revenue of about $44 million. Am I correct in assuming that $44 million of unmet GGR is coming from the 7 counties that it's not authorized and the one that's authorized that it's not active in?
That would be the total in-state number, yes. And so if you look at the total in-state number is 225. We think the annualized number for FY24 was 181. So yeah, those are the pieces that are missing. That would be where the 41 comes from. Yeah.
Thank you.
Bless you. Okay, you have more, Nick?
President Broussard, you can go on. I might have a couple more, yes.
Okay. I have a question, parimutuel related. When you guys were analyzing our rules, did you guys come across what we call the 100-mile rule? And if you guys did, could you elaborate on its necessity or what your opinion of it is, and if you see it outside our country, our state?
Well, I think it's probably more important to the HHR revenue if you're referring to that. So I think, Matt, are you familiar with that? If not, I'll take it.
I am not familiar with that.
Okay, well, I think we looked at it from the horse racing point of view and from a purses generating point of view. And currently there's no problem with the rule because everybody's in agreement to kind of let everything run. We did have some question as to what would happen as expansion continues. And let's say, you approve the 4th licensee, is that status going to continue? And, it could cause a problem. It's one of those uncertainties, again, in our list of uncertainties as to whether the tracks would continue, the type of agreements that they currently have, or would they try to kind of fight, so to speak, for lack of a better term, which would hurt possibly. And again, it would only close the facilities down during the running of live racing, but it certainly would have an impact on the HHR. Paul, did I miss anything on that we talked about, you and I?
No, I think that's pretty much the X factor is right now what the 4th license would do and whether they would enter into the agreement with the other 3 licensees or not. And if not, then how is that going to play out for the, particularly in the Cheyenne area?
Thank you. Nick?
President Broussard, I think the remainder of the things that I have don't necessarily involve an explanation from them. It's more of direction from you all. As you read through the report, you'll see that it really does highlight HHR rules. As you'll remember, I think it was it was the last fall meeting and the meeting after that, we actually had HHR rules and technical standards on the agenda. And we were working through those, and then we had things that took precedent, safety rules and everything else. So we need to revisit that. We will dust those off and start those again. And there's a few other things in here that I'll get some direction on as we continue on.
Thank you, Nick.
President Broussard, just to follow on to what Nick said, the HHR rules, this is the document. This is also the document that ARCI had adopted. We, at the time ARCI adopted it, it was still in a draft form. So we've got it here, ready to move forward when Nick's ready.
Okay. Any more questions from the commission to these folks? I know, Eugene, you don't have a question? No? Wow. Oh, Kyle, sorry. I'm looking right past you, buddy. Sorry.
It's all right. Thank you, Mr. President. Kyle Ridgway. I had a few questions about saturation, and I guess just for context, I mean, I know you guys don't live here, but everybody lives here that's sitting at this table, and everybody knows that the legislature spent taxpayer money to get questions answered and give guidance to you all as a board about what to do about saturation, because I've been coming here for 3 years and everybody always sort of wrings their hands and goes, well, how do we know what the number is? And that's kind of the point of this study. So there were some facts in the study that I wanted to ask some questions about. So it looked to me like on page 34, you're saying statewide spend on HHR based on US averages should be 0.51% of statewide adjusted gross income. Is that a fair interpretation?
Well, that's what we did is we looked at, okay, what would HHR look like if there were table games available? We think it's 0.65 because of the lack of other options. We think 0.65, and nice to see you again, Kyle. We think 0.65 is the right number.
0.65 is the right number for statewide. If you assume that all the counties had it, because there are a number that don't have it.
That would be a statewide number based on that, yes.
Okay.
So if you look at what staying on page whatever you mentioned,
34, yeah.
34. If you look at what's on page 34, you'll notice that the HHR counties are essentially doing 0.96 of AGI in those counties, because the counties without it are doing 0.52. And that's because you've got people driving from, county to county to get to a location.
So the unmet demand that you talked about within the state, based on your projections, is generally coming from, and I'm saying within the state of Wyoming, that's generally unmet demand in counties that currently don't have any HHR facilities that are operating.
That's correct. It's the underperformance of, and people don't want to drive that far to go, right?
So would it be fair to say that the study indicates that for expansion of HHR, it should be in one of two ways: in counties that don't have it, or in purpose-built facilities targeting out-of-state money?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Kyle. Anyone want to question or comment at this point?
President Broussard, if I may.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead, Nick.
I think it's going to be important moving forward, as we kind of build on this and start developing strategic plans, that we really look to our tribal partners. There's things in here that's, the tribes are losing. It's clear that they're losing. The one thing that they do have, and I just want to briefly touch on this, is the table game portion. Yesterday, you'll remember that GLI had talked about new HHR themes essentially on the horizon that really does turn HHR into table games. So that might want to be something that you strongly consider about how that looks. So, thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Yes, Commissioner Bowles.
Expand on that. There's going to be HHR machines which imitate table games? How's that? How can that
Mr.
be?
President, that is correct. So there are developers out there that have developed games. The two big ones right now are roulette and blackjack. And it's a blackjack table and it's a roulette table, but it works on HHR math models and wagering of HHR. So the back end is HHR, but it looks like a table game.
Thank you for that. Okay. I don't see any more questions. Last chance. We will now move on. Thank you, folks, for explaining that, and I'm sure we'll be in touch.
Well, thank you. And if anybody has any questions down the road, please do not hesitate to contact us. We're happy to answer questions at any time.
Thank you. You're welcome to hang around and listen to the rest of the meeting if you like. All right, Nick, we're going to now move on to item 11, Alpha, online sports wagering, final adoption of regular rules. That starts on 270.
President Broussard, do you want me to jump in
Sure.
on 11? Okay, thank you. Thank you, President Broussard. Commission rules. The first set of rules that we have is online sports wagering. Chapter 6, sports wagering accounts. This is the final adoption of those rules. They passed through public comment. We received one comment. It was in the affirmative. On one of the operators chimed in and just said they support this. This requirement's required in some of our major states, and all of our operators are currently adhering to this in the other states, but I do not know if they're adhering to it in Wyoming yet. So this is the final rule adoption. I would need a motion to do final rule, packet number 038.091024, online sports wagering, chapter 6. Once you adopt those, we will send those to the governor's office. The governor will have those in upwards of 75 days and sign off on them, and this will be in law and completed, commissioners. Any
Okay,
questions?
We'll entertain a motion to adopt as presented.
Mr. President, so moved.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Thank you, Commissioner Bold. So we'll open it up to questions now. Any questions from the commission? Any questions from the gallery? She getting up to ask a question? Okay, no. All right, no, all right. Okay. All right, not seeing any, we'll call the vote. All in favor of, say aye.
Aye.
If there's anyone opposed, say no. All right.
President Broussard, moving on again in the sports wagering. We have two chapters we're dealing with here. To give you a little bit of background, we've been working on the harassment with the NCAA, discussing how we can help alleviate that. Mr. Steinberg has done a great job of doing the research on this and in working on this, working with Mr. Kaler, the Attorney General's office, our office. We have come up with these suggestions for you today. In Chapter 1, and also, by the way, just for kind of a side note, we've been communicating this potential rule change with the NCAA. They have acknowledged, I have an email here from the NCAA acknowledging that this is a good idea. We also have an email from the University of Wyoming, and they are very pleased with the steps that we're taking. And then I also have a email here from the Sports Betting Alliance Group, which is a group of sports betting operators, and they are responding affirmatively on this too. I was surprised I didn't get a response back. I was told I would have had it this morning from the NFL, MLB, so on and so forth. But we hadn't heard those back yet, but everybody has indicated they're in favor. So in chapter 1, it's in page 295 of your packet on line 12. What we've done here is we've added a definition of athlete. An athlete means an individual contestant in a commission-approved event. Then further down the page, we've added the language on line 30 through 34 and on to line 1 on the next page. What does it mean to harass? It means to engage in conduct, including but not limited to verbal threats, written threats, electronic threats, lewd or obscene statements or images, vandalism, or non-consequential physical contact directed at a person that the defendant knew or would have known would cause a reasonable person to suffer, so on and so forth here in this definition. We've worked with this again with the AG's office, and they have given us their blessing at this point. Moving on, and that's the only change other than formatting changes in that chapter.
Thank you.
Moving, excuse me.
Oh, sorry.
Nope. Moving on to chapter 8. This is draft number, chapter 8.11042024.01. Excuse me, I apologize. So if you look at section 3, this is on page 303, Commissioners, of your packet. We are utilizing, to deal with this, the involuntary self-exclusion that we already have. And to kind of give you the grasp of this, section 3 reads, involuntary exclusion list. The commission shall maintain an involuntary exclusion list that consists of names of people who the director determines meet any one of the following criteria. These are rules that we have in place currently. So we go to A, any person whose, and we struck presence in a gaming facility. This was a correction, basically. Then we added the language, participant would be detrimental to a sports wagering in the state of Wyoming, including the following. Here we added Roman numeral at 1, any person who harasses any athlete. Further on down the page, line 14, 15, 16, we did some deletions there and added sports wagering on line 15, just for clarification. Then on line 18 and 19, we did a similar change, again, for more clarification, and we did the same things on line 22 of that same page. This is all that we did to make maybe a first step forward in trying to alleviate this, try to address it in a little different manner than some of the other folks have suggested and done. But again, I come back to the NCAA has had an opportunity to review this. They are in favor. The University of Wyoming has reviewed this and are in favor of this. Mr. Kaler has reviewed the language, and the language appears to be consistent from his findings. And what I would propose today would be a motion to approve these 2 sets of rules, move these to the governor's office for his approval to proceed, and then we will jump into the 45-day comment. Thank you,
Sounds good.
President Broussard.
Thank you, Charlie. Do I have a motion to approve? Thank you, Commissioner Wildcat. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Commissioner Kura. Any discussion regarding the changes.
Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Charlie, I need clarification. Athlete means an individual contestant in a commission-approved event. I don't ever remember approving an event.
President Bouchard, Commissioner Bowl, the events are on our approved catalog. We approve those at a staff level. So when the operators submit a request to include a certain rugby league, we approve those at a staff level. And then they go on our approved catalog. So that's what we're calling an event.
There's thousands of them.
There's a lot.
It's all the games, UW.
Yeah.
Well, think about it. Maybe this needs to be more accurately reflect that it's an event approved by the commission staff pursuant to whatever authority you're using for that. Just think about that. That's my suggestion. I read it, and it's an event that comes in front of the commission, and we approve the son of a gun. So just think about that. I'm going to vote for the motion. Let's start the rulemaking process and see what comes out.
Go ahead, Charlie.
Yeah, thank you. Commissioner Bowl, to also kind of expand and respond to your question. I believe we do have it in rules to where it is directing the staff to be able to do that at staff level. So we do have that guidance, that direction. And then, of course, our events are dictated by the statutes as well. So
I would just be my suggestion, my horse manure suggestion is that you be more accurate, but let's move along. I don't want to talk about it anymore.
And we can follow up with you on that if you have any other additional questions with that, sir. And we certainly appreciate your comment and your concerns.
Thank you. Dan?
Hate to go here, but Mr. President, Mr. Moore, I'm having a little difficulty with what the definition of an involuntary exclusion list is and the consequences of being on that list, and how does one, is there a method that one can get off of that list? I mean, maybe I didn't see it defined where I'm reading, but I'm just a little confused about what it is, what it means, and is there an opportunity to be removed from that, or a hearing, or whatever, if we're due process issues? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, President Broussard. Thank you, Commissioner Schiffer, on that. Section 3 is pretty much a standard. When we put these together, we worked with the Gaming Laboratories, Inc., and this is kind of a standard format for all other states with the involuntary. But to your point, to be removed from the list or to appeal being put on the list, we would go to Chapter 8, I believe it is, the Wyoming Administrative Hearing Rules, and we would go that route, sir.
Satisfies you? Thank you. Commissioner Wildcat, go ahead.
President, the way I read this, harass is a direct threat with all these, with whatever's going on. Do you ever see indirect impact on athletes or athletes' families and stuff like that?
President Bouchard, Commissioner Wildcat, I guess, help me understand indirect. What do you mean, or what specifically are you asking, I guess?
Yeah, well, basically, if you even they got kids, spouse.
Oh, threatening other family members, is that what you're talking about? I'll be honest with you, some of the data that we've gotten is limited. I'll put it that way. It's not great data, but
it's concerning enough that I think we should do something about it. It's not, we don't have great data to say this or that is specifically happening. So I can't give you a direct answer on that. I would suspect that there probably is some of that going on. I just don't have specific data from the NCAA or the University of Wyoming to say yes or no.
I do agree. I believe something has to be done. But I also want to protect those that, whether it's an indirect threat or something like that. But I don't know if that was brought into consideration, or that's why I kind of asked if it was an issue. But I believe the direct threats need to be, something needs to be done. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other?
President Broussard, just,
Go ahead, Charlie.
Commissioner Wildcat, I'm sorry, excuse me. Commissioner Wildcat, it says also in here, any other person. So I do think that means if I'm harassing, if you're the athlete and I'm harassing your daughter, that is going to have an effect on you. And I think that while we didn't specifically discuss that piece, I think it's surely implied.
Thank you. Okay, any other comments, questions from the gallery? No?
Mr. President.
Yep.
I just caught something. So when we drafted these rules, we used Title VI definition in Wyoming statutes for harassment, and I just caught in there that we have the word defendant. I would suggest that we we'd substitute defendant for something like the offending party, potentially, since this is not a criminal context, it's more of a administrative, so I should have caught
Line
that.
32 on page 295. So we, okay.
So with that, I would recommend that as part of the motion, you would include an amendment to this rule to just say the offending party and replace.
Your motion? Yeah. I agree. Okay, Commissioner Wildcat agrees. The second? Is that the rules? Oh, Dick, sorry, it's Dick. Yep, yep.
I accept it.
Okay, first and second, good. Anything else? Anyone else? Okay, so we'll call the vote. All in favor of adopting the motion with the changes as presented, say aye.
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 If anyone's opposed, say no. Okay. Good. All right, we will move to pari-mutuel.
Thank you, Commissioners,
Do you
for
need a
that.
break?
I
Hang
know
on.
that,
Does anyone need a break? Okay, I promised one around 9. I've already lied to you, so we'll take a 10-minute break and come back at 9:40. Thank you. Reuben? Oh, Reuben, okay. He's taking the deuce. We'll give him one more minute. We're waiting. Where's Nick? Oh, so do we have,
We will reconvene the meeting here in just a minute. Please take your seats.
see Francisco?
We'll call the meeting to order shortly.
Is Roger? Oh, there's Roger. Okay, we're just missing, okay. All right, we'll call the meeting to order. If you want to, we can do a quick roll call.
Yes, thank you. President Broussard.
Here.
Vice President Covello. Here. Commissioner Torgerson joining us online. Thank you. Commissioner Bowl. Present. Thank you, sir. Commissioner Schiffer. Here. Thank you. Commissioner Rithaler. Commissioner Rithaler will be back in here in just one moment, stepped out. Commissioner Cura. Here. Thank you. Commissioner Wildcat. Here. Thank you. Commissioner Francisco joining online.
Here.
Thank you. Senator Driscoll is joining us here in a minute. Representative Newsom. Thank you. Governor's Liaison Lebanon. We have a quorum, President Broussard.
Thank you, Charlie. Moving forward, we'll continue on with item 11B, parimutuel, chapter 3, rules.
Thank you, President Broussard. As you recall, commissioners, we had approved a chapter 3 set of rules to move towards the governor's office. And that was in July 11th of last year, or of this year, excuse me. And we did move those to the governor's office, and we did receive permission to proceed at that point. Thankfully, Mr. Kaler also caught a mistake that we had made through those rules. And then between the two of us, we had both forgotten that we needed to adopt the administrative rules, hearing rules with that as well. So what we would need, a motion from you first off, commissioners, if it's your pleasure, a motion to replace the prior version of chapter 3 that was forwarded to the governor with this version today. That would be the motion at the end of this. So let's turn to, in your packets, commissioners, page 308, and I'll go through the changes. And again, this is draft chapter 3.1062024.01. So on line 10, and this was also in the original version, and this is to correct, the majority or all these changes are to provide clarity and correct some issues that we found in the past when we've been going to hearings and the questions of who the respondent is, who the other is. And then also finally, at the very end of this chapter and section, we deleted a tremendous amount of language that was no longer needed because we are incorporating by reference the administrative hearing rules that were effective July 20th of 2017. So on the first page, line 10, we added the language party against whom a petition is filed. Again, we are doing some formatting changes here. So in your strike version, you see that. Then we also added on line 14 through 18, we added the language there in A. When a person or persons are fined or suspended, additional language is by a steward or when they are fined by a starter. Under, we struck these, the commission parimutuel rules, and then we struck a request may be made for, and then we added the language, they may appeal by requesting a contested case hearing. Moving on, and we had added the language and reformatted some language there. Initially, we had expanded upon the days for the appeal. And again, part of our, here it says 5 days. That is consistent with our statutes, and we got over our skis, so to speak. So that's why that. On lines 23 through 27, What we did here is to just again clarify the ability and the things that we need to have with the Wyoming Bread Program. We're referencing Chapter 8, Section 6. Again, making it clear that the appeal process needs to be filed within 5 days of the notice, and clarifying that. Further on down that page, on line 38 and 39, again, clarifying language, who can do this, who can't. And again, these are questions that have come up over the last several years, and just trying to give guidance for everybody in the future and provide better regulation. Moving then to page 309, we added the language, again, appeals from the decision of the stewards shall be governed by the Office of Administrative Hearing, uniform rules for contested case practice and procedures as incorporated in Section 6 of this chapter. Again, that's conformity, administratively directing the folks to Section 6. Flipping over to the next page, you see Section 4. Again, we did formatting at the top on line 14, and then 16, 17, and then page 20. Again, putting in there and adding the language so we have that clarity whenever we're having appeals at the informal hearings with our stewards. And again, this corrects a few issues that we've had that have come up over the last couple of years. Any questions to this point, commissioners? Seeing none, moving then over to page 311. Again, excuse me. We're adding the language here, and this is incorporating by reference. This is Chapter 2. We're incorporating the Uniform Rules of Contested Case Practice and Procedures. This is something that again, we needed to do. This is a requirement by law to incorporate this. We have been following this process, but now we have it codified in rules. And this is standard language. Again, this whole process here, Mr. Kaler has reviewed it, staff has reviewed it, and we have it in its completed form, I hope. From line 27 on page 311, because we are adopting the uniform practice procedures in case hearings, on page 311, 312, 313, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, and 21. We are deleting all that language because we did incorporate it, and it's really nice when you can remove language from the books and make it clear for the public. So that is all I have. I don't think Mr. Kaler has anything else. You folks have the motion, and this would be permission to proceed. Go to the governor's office. The governor will review it, and then kick it back to us, and then we would place this in public comment if that is your wishes.
So would anyone, Commissioner Ritholler, would you like to make a motion to replace this?
Mr. President, yes, I'd make a motion to Chapter 3 Appeals, Protest, and Hearings, that we make the changes and reintroduce them to the governor's office.
I'll second that motion. Commissioner Kerr, thank you. Okay, any discussion regarding the changes? Anything from the operators, horsemen? Anyone out there before we call the vote? Not seeing any, we'll call the vote. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
If you're opposed, say no. Thank you. Charlie? Now,
thank you,
moving on.
commissioners. Moving on to the next chapter that we're going to deal with, I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Laramendi, if you don't mind, and open this up for discussion. Just again, quickly, President Broussard, you had asked this to be placed on the agenda so we could talk about the Section 6, which is the Breeders' Award Program. Nick?
President Broussard, members of the commission, last year when the safety committee was reestablished, there was a lot of talk about, things to change for safety. One of the things that had come up was the Breeders' Award points and how that system is conducted. Currently now, if you have a 10-horse field in a Wyoming bred program, if you're a last place horse, you get 1 point. If you're a winner, you get 10 points. So it's all the way from 10 down to 1. And in the safety committee meetings, there was discussion that maybe that needs to be revisited, and maybe we're paying too far down on the line. The worry is that, unfit or unready horses may be racing strictly for points. So that's kind of the reason for this discussion today. If you look in your packet, it's going to be on page 327 and 328. It's F and I. That's kind of where it starts. It's just those two small sections where it talks about the point formula. That's kind of the background of this discussion.
Thank you, Nick. Yes.
President Broussard, I think at this point, maybe it might be useful to start the conversation. I know our breed administrator has some feelings on this and has talked to a lot of the folks. Maybe hear from Brandy, briefly, Brandy.
Thank you, President Broussard and Commissioners. After that came up in the meeting with the safety officers, I went back and conducted our injury reports list to see if it looked like Wyoming breds were running too much, if they were just running them for points. There is no data that reflects that the horses that are breaking down are because they're running for last place money. In all reality, the Wyoming breds that have broke down, first of all, there's less Wyoming breds breaking down than the other states that are coming to us, first of all. Second, the fact is that the ones that are breaking down have had less than one start, right? So it's either their maiden time to run, or they've had one or two starts. So that these Wyoming breds are not running too much. It's not a safety issue regarding that. So, and I have all the data to prove that from our injury reports that we supply each year. I show what state they're from, how many starts they've had. Just this year, some of the ones that broke down were thoroughbreds, and one had 51 starts and he was a Kentucky bred. One had 15 starts, he was a Kentucky bred. And then you have the one Wyoming bred that did break down, and that literally had one start. So it's not about these horses running multiple times for that type of money. And just to go on further, I have worked in other states, Texas, for 15 years running the Texas bred program. They pay the top 3 finishers. And when I came here and saw the way that this plays out, it really fits well with Wyoming. And I think each state has to have its own type of point system, either pay the top 3 or all of them. This state, and I just wrote down some things really quick for you. What makes a successful breeder incentive program? State breeding incentives are based on revenues and full crop numbers. Wyoming breeding is finally returning to increasing full numbers as well as increasing new stallion accreditation and broodmares. Just for example, during August 15th of this year, I accredited 216 new broodmares. Breeding is a free market economy. However, with the Breeders Program platform in Wyoming, it is so successful because unlike free market, which usually means inequality is inevitable, where one person gains and another person very likely loses. The Breeders Program is used to spread the share of the money out, but still rewarding the top finishers more money. Our current structure now with paying all 10 points tries to get money back to the breeders as soon as possible. Take 3 years before anytime that, when you're a breeder, it takes at least 3 years before any revenue is conducted on a foal. It's costing anywhere between 15 to 35,000 from the time you breed the mare to the time the horses race in Wyoming. So under the current structure, say we pay 350 a point. The horse that wins that race gets an extra 3,500. The horse that runs last gets 350. So the ones that are performing better are getting rewarded with more money, as it should be. Wyoming is, unlike Texas and Oklahoma, New Mexico, and the places that have a lot of quarter horse breeding, they basically have, maybe 25, 30 huge stallion farms. They have hundreds and hundreds of breeding facilities to house out mares. The population, all of that goes into consideration. And they have a lot of people that own 30 mares, right? Wyoming is based on small breeders, the backbone of the industry, you might say. We have shown that we're growing in population of thoroughbred horses. It's a slow process, but out of the 216 mares that I accredited, at least 50 were new thoroughbreds coming in to be a part of this program. But remind you, if it comes now, we're not going to see those foals for another 2 to 3 years. So if we change the point structure, I'm afraid it will push the people in the lower part of the market out, the little guys. And I fight for the little guys, as you all know. It is what truly makes the industry work in Wyoming, as we don't have massive farms and training facilities, less breeders, and that goes along with the declining of full crops. The industry has already, as a whole, has already seen a decline in full crops because the small breeders are leaving. And I'm talking about the racing industry across the country. It is declining because the small breeders are leaving the business as they are unable to afford better stock and stallion prices. There's a lot of mares, even stallions, that don't need to be in production, which I totally agree. If the realization is, if that is why we're losing the breeders, then I'm okay with that. But I'm not okay with them taking away the small amounts that they get in Wyoming, the horses that run in the lower part. That money is 100% being put back into the industry. With the Breeders' Awards program, our breeders have used the revenues from the awards program to better their program by buying new mares and stallions and bringing them to Wyoming. This means our program is working, unlike most other states.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else like to make comments regarding this concern, question? Doc? Oh, Roger, you have your hand up. Okay. Roger, I'll get to you next. No, go ahead. You're here. He's sitting in his truck. He's fine.
Turn your microphone on, please. Please turn your microphone on. There's a button right down.
Right there? Okay, President Broussard. I'm Wade Johnson. I've been veterinarian at the racetracks in Wyoming for quite a while now. And I'd just like to address, I don't feel like the Wyoming breds that are so-called racing for just points are at any higher risk of injury than any of the others. Looking at the horses that I've treated over the years, they are not the biggest percentage of the ones that are getting wounded or injured or anything like that. So I don't think that the decision to change our point system should be based on our worry that these guys are running for points, and so our injury total is going to increase because they're running for points. I don't believe that for a second. Now, I have seen horses, I think to myself, this horse shouldn't be running here because it doesn't fit. But it's not because he's a cripple or because he's not, it's just because he's not a racehorse. And I think there's a few out there that are run in that capacity just because they do get a little bit of money. But the way that the training rates and the different things, the veterinary rates, different things like that now, if you're running for a last place point, you're losing money. It's costing you, $1,500, $2,000 to have that horse in training for a month. And if you're running for $350, that's not a very good, program that you're doing. So what I think I've seen is that this money that we're paying out for the last place points or second to last or whatever, it's going back in and we are getting improvement. If you look at our races in the last couple of years, it's not the outside horses that are winning some of these big races. Our Wyoming breds, they're catching up. And the reason they're doing this is because there's an opportunity for people to get a little money to help them improve their herds. Like Brandy was saying, that money is going back into buying a better mare or breeding to a better stallion and that kind of thing. So I just don't agree with the fact that point money is stimulating us to run horses that may get hurt because they're slow. Now, I do think that there's times when we feel like we run the Wyoming breds too much because there's points available out there. But in the last couple of years, that's not the case. And it's just because there's so many horses, our purses have gotten good enough. You can't run a horse that many times. Your Wyoming bred, there was people in Wyoming this year that had a Wyoming bred. They got one out with it. At Evanston, they got one out in Rock Springs and similar. So I think just the volume of horses there being entered in these races and that is maintaining these horses such that they're not going to run too much. Your good horses, they may be going to, but they're paying into futurities and running in the futurities. So if you want to limit that, then I think you do it by limiting the number of futurities available rather than saying, we're not going to pay you if you don't run second or third or fourth or whatever. But anyway, that's my opinion.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Mr. Spiva? Oh, go ahead, Roger. Ask your question.
Well, my comments would be real similar to the previous fellow there, Mr. President. I'm not a racehorse breeder, but I am a horse breeder, and I just kind of echo the fact that I don't think any reputable trainer is putting a horse out there to race intentionally for $350. It costs more than that for them just to be down there at that race. So I kind of agree that we need to keep paying all the way down. Be my thoughts.
Thank you. Mr. Spiva?
President Broussard, Commissioners, I'm George Spiva with Wyoming All Breeds Racing Association. And just a little bit more on the economics of what Brandy and Dr. Johnson have been talking about. For $300 or $350, if that's what the point is, you not only don't make money, you don't even break even for that day. If you figure your jock mount, your leg wraps, your nasal strips, your pre-race, your vitamin packs, you're probably looking at least that just to get that horse to the track. So, and another point is that just because a horse runs back its first few outs, there's a lot of these colts that blossom after 4 or 5 outs. And I would hate to see those horses not have a chance to at least make their daily cost by doing the points a different direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Do they have a name or just a phone number? Daniel? All right, Daniel, you can ask your question. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Chairman and the commission, I'm Dan Lee. I'm the president of WABRA, Wyoming All Breeds Racing Association. And myself and Mr. Spiva probably have the opportunity to visit more with the horsemen, the trainers, and everybody involved in general. And the consensus we get from the horsemen is this program, being as great as it is, helps support the people's passion for this sport. Some of you know and some of you don't, but there's another sport called chariot racing. These people spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to get these horses trained and conditioned and ready to run. And they go run for, at the end of the day, they run for $100 belt buckle and maybe a blanket at the end of the season after spending thousands of dollars transporting these athletes back and forth to the tracks to compete. At least in our organization in the horse racing industry, the people in Wyoming have the opportunity to recoup a little bit on their investment. And I'm agreeing with everything that Miss Brandy and Mr. Johnson and Mr. Spiva have all said, is that, you know, it's only $350 for a last place point, and nobody runs for a last place point. Everybody wants their animals to succeed, their athletes. And for the small breeder, as Miss Brandy put it, it will put them out. This is their passion. Most of these people have done the sport for 20, 30, 40 years, the small breeders. And those small breeders, when they breed their 1, 2, maybe even up to 5 mares that they own, those, they're not in the seller's market as some of the larger breeders are. So their opportunity for their athletes to compete is that the passion for the sport, they're at the track every weekend watching these athletes run, and they're there supporting their fellow horsemen. It's like a big family community. The camaraderie is just unbelievable. And these people, for the opportunity for, say, 5th through 10th position in this 10-horse field, for the opportunity to recoup a small portion of their investment is the only thing that allows them to continue. And if we take away that opportunity from these individuals, they will not financially be able to survive. And we're going to force them out. And it makes it eventually to where, per se, if the old sorry, the statement that the rich get richer and the poor get poorer. At that point in time, it's the larger breeders or people who, if you will, are more financially stable. They go buy these top dollar mares and these top dollar breeders. And I got to admit, I'm a breeder here in the state. I'm one of the larger breeders in the state. And eventually it comes to a point where I hate the thought of people are attempting to buy their trophy or they're buying their win because they're able to afford the top-notch mares and the top-notch stallion breedings to try and get that horse that runs, say, the top 3 positions. At some point, the backbone of this program is the small breeder that brings these, horses to the track to where we get to that number. As Director Moore pointed out, per se, you need 1,000 heads standing at your track. Well, when you push out all of those small breeders, you're never going to get to that point. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Brandy, do you know, are there other states that pay the field like we do?
Not that I'm aware of. A lot of them pay, either the top 3 or a percentage through the purses, which, but the other states have quite a few more population. Wyoming is so unique with the small amount of people that we have here to actually be a part of the breeders program. We're talking states that quadruple in size compared to what we have. So that's why I thought when I came here, it was so unique for this state and giving back to the small breeders, which we have to have, because we will not survive if we don't have the small breeders.
Thank you. Anybody have, yeah, Commissioner Ridholler?
Yes, thank you, Randy, for those numbers that horses aren't being run for the $350. But I guess my comment would be, I don't know if it's right, wrong, but I hear so many good things about the Wyoming breeders, how it's set up. I really think the best saying is, don't fix it if it ain't broke.
Yeah, I think our safety committee came up with 20 some odd numbers, and I think this is the one that we just have not discussed. So I think it's on us. The other things we made other people do, like track inspections, but this is ours. So I have heard people tell me that the way it's set up is an incentive to run more. I nowhere did I hear anyone say they want to run injured horses, but there is an incentive to run your horse more often. And that's just a concern, especially a young horse. So I just want to flesh that out. Any other comments, questions about what was said or about what I
President
said?
Bouchard?
Yes.
I would like to just comment on what you just stated. Yes, I mean, there is more incentive to run if you have a Wyoming bred. However, because of the purses and how HHR has made our state thrive, the purses at the track, as Dr. Johnson stated, you just can't run. At the beginning of the program, you could run a Wyoming bred whenever you wanted to. Now these racetracks are based on a preference dates at the racetracks, which means horses that have run before you have less preference, so you'll have the next preference. These Wyoming breds can't run anytime they want to. They're having to wait 3, 4, 5 weeks unless they're in paid stakes. So the industry's already dictating, because the industry is growing so much, you do not have Wyoming breds that can just sit in the barn. They might keep them in the barn for the rest of that race season, but they're gonna sell them for other things and not bring them back. You just can't afford to do it now with the competition. So actually, at the beginning, we were having people pull Wyoming breds out of the pasture, 5, 6-year-old, that came in and ran, but that hasn't happened for at least 3 years. And these breeders do want to run more, but with, we only run 5 months, so there's only a certain amount of time that we can run these horses. And if you look at the stats that I provided, that I'll be talking about later, these Wyoming breds aren't getting the number of starts because you'll have a Wyoming bred that 30 Wyoming breds enter in. And in the past, they might take that race twice, so you'd run 10 and 10, so 20. Now they're taking the 10 and they have to run all these other races with other horses from out of state, open races. And really the industry's dictating that. So we as a commission or staff really don't have to worry about that because actually the wealth of what Wyoming's producing right now with the purses that we're offering, we're dragging all those horses in from other jurisdictions, we're totally fine. And I don't think that, I know that some people, just want to pay the top 3, maybe for selfish reasons, I'm not sure. But none of the numbers dictate that I've looked at that it has anything to do with injury. And also, you have to realize too, that in horse racing, somebody has to run last, right? And that doesn't mean that you're not competitive. Somebody in a fraternity has to run last, and they've qualified for that fraternity. They're the top horses in the country running against each other. I mean, they always have to run. I mean, somebody has to run last. And I just feel that the breeders in this state need that money to put back into it. And honestly, to make the good races go in the purses, the top 3 get paid. That's what the racetrack's for. That's why they have a purse structure. They're supposed to entice those horses to come and run for that purse money. It has nothing to do with the breeders.
Thank you. So, like I said, this is an item that came up and it's on the record. And we have discussed it. Oh, look who's here. Mr. Lamb, you want to make a comment? Yeah, like a ghost.
Mr. Chairman, Frank Lamb, Wyoming Downs. As the unofficial historian of Wyoming racing, I'd like to give you a little background here. When we first started paying out Breeders' Awards from the commission in the early 90s, we didn't have any rules to go by. We just paid out the first, I can't remember, I think it was the first 5. Well, I was in front of a appropriations committee hearing, and they asked me what this money was doing, how we were doing that. And I told them we were paying out the Breeders' Awards, and they said, you can't do that without a rule as to how you pay this out. I said, oh, okay. So that summer in Casper at the races, Ron Cook Jr. and I, Ron was with the Wyoming All Breeds, sat in the grandstand one afternoon and figured out this point system that we currently have and wrote it down on the back of a program. And I got back to the office, got it written up, submitted it as a rule change, and that's what we're going by right now. And that happened in, I'm thinking 94, 93, 94. So I'm kind of proud that everybody likes it. But I'm also, I think it's good that you're revisiting this. I mean, because, you know, for what 2 guys sitting in the grandstand writing on the back of a program came up with probably should be revisited from time to time. And so I think it's a healthy discussion. Around the backside, I hear both sides of this, you know, and I'm sure others do as well. You know, some people say you shouldn't be paying anywhere past 5th place or whatever, you know, pick a number.
What's the thought behind that?
Well, I mean, to put it bluntly, rewarding mediocrity. You know, that's why you don't pay 10 places in purse money. You reward the winners. But I don't necessarily agree with that. I just think it's a healthy discussion. I think it's a good thing to have. And like Brandy said, everyone's got to run last. I just wish it wasn't me all the time. Yeah. But that's it. I'm not opinionated one way or the other. I'm going to keep a neutral stance on this, but I do think it's a healthy discussion, and I appreciate it.
Thank you. Brandy, you had mentioned that there were some people who wanted to pay the top 3. Is that pressure, or you know those people, or is that just something you're hearing?
A lot of that just came from what I've heard that kind of sparked the conversation in the safety committee meeting. Most people with me, they don't say that. However, the ones that do say that aren't the breeders. They're more of the owners that own the horses, which their money should come through the purse money, as, you know, they still get the same amount as breeders. But yeah, I haven't heard a whole lot of it, but I thought that it was sparked more from the industry, like, oh, these horses aren't good enough, and which that's not true. We need all classes of horses to make racing go here. So
Thank you. I think I don't want to say we beat up a dead horse, but we've discussed it enough, especially since, for me and my conscience, this was an item that we left dangling, and I don't think that's good for us as a commission. We should address the things that we should address, and we've done that. So if there's no more comments, I don't think we need to make changes at this point. But if there's other folks that had something to say, didn't feel brave enough to say it, or doesn't want to come up and talk, just submit that to the commission so we can gather all the information so we can make good choices for the future. So thank you for that. Anything else before we move on? If I missed something. All right. Item number 12, Alpha, Wyoming Horse Racing.
President Broussard, real quickly. Commissioners, does anybody have any legal questions going into this next section that you need to get anything answered from Mr. Kaler?
For Wyoming horse racing, I don't think so. You guys? Tell me where we're starting again.
President Broussard, item number 12A. This is just going to be a kind of a verbal update from Wyoming Horse Racing, kind of going their plans, what they have planned for next year. And then I'll just have a couple of things quickly on these.
Okay, you guys have the floor.
President Broussard, Vice President Cavello, thank you. Pete Ligori from Wyoming Horse Racing. We thought we'd just quickly go through some of the successes we've seen in 2024 in live racing and the simulcast part of the business, and also talk about 2025, if that makes sense. So with that, I'll ask Mr. Joyce to provide some statistics for us for the live race meet this year.
Thank you, Mr. President, Commissioners. We had a pretty successful race meet, 18 days. We averaged 9 races a day. Our field size was 7.75, which kind of surprised me. It was that high because, number one, because of the size of our track, we're limited to just 8 horses in a thoroughbred race. And also, we have a house rule with 2-year-old quarter horse races to only allow 8 horses in the gate. That allows to have more of the gate crew available if something happens. They're less experienced. And so, almost 8 horses per race is pretty high for us. 70% of our races were quarter horses. And we had a lot of success. We've done some alterations to the racetrack, and we had 0 incidents in the gallop out of the quarter horse races. We kind of have a shorter run up than the other racetracks. And to tell you the truth, a lot of that was attention to safety, but we brought in 2 Hall of Fame quarter horse jockeys to kind of coach our riders. I mean, we have some riders that don't have the skill or the experience, but they got guts, and sometimes guts alone is not enough. You've got to learn how to handle horses in different situations. And so from a safety standpoint, I think we were pretty darn successful. We just had one breakdown that was during or on the gallop out of a race. We had some other injuries, but they were during training. And most of the accidents we find, 90% of them come down to pilot error, human error. And so we focus on the human element, whether it's the trainers not having a horse ready to go, not allowing them to enter back if we, get wind of that, and also working with our riders who, again, I thought did an exceptional job this year. So purses were up 22% over last year. And I think Pete will go over some of the numbers. With the addition of the Swan Ranch property, which opened on June 21st, our projections is going to be our purses will be up close to 50%, over 50% over this from that one location opening up. So with that, Pete, I'll send it over to you.
Thanks, Eugene. Just in terms of the physical plant improvements we made at the track this year, we built a brand-new racing office building, which I think has been received well by all of the stakeholders. We actually widened the first turn as a result of discussions we've had with the horsemen, as well as our own internal discussions about trying to make the track safer. And we completely renovated the grandstand restrooms, so the guests were able to find nice, new, shiny bathrooms to use this season. And we also completely renovated and upgraded the grandstand kitchen to try to provide a better food product. And so all in all, I think we're just chipping away at things we want to try to do to improve the experience when guests come. And to Eugene's point, our contribution of the purses this year was roughly $1.3 million. We ran 18 race days, as you're aware. Next year, from the impact of half of a year from Swan Ranch, we're projecting the purses to be 1.9 million. With any luck, we may break 2. Obviously, it's based on actual handle this year, so we're not quite there yet, but we're getting darn close, which is really gratifying to see the purses jump like that. In terms of 2025, we're again committing to 18 race days. In terms of capital, we really targeted a lot of our CapEx improvements based on the safety report that we discussed yesterday. We've allocated roughly almost $350,000 for various items and improvements to try to make the track safer and to become more compliant with the recommendations from the report. We're going to take another whack at marketing. I had a really good conversation with Commissioner Torgensen a couple weeks ago. We were laminating about how do we get the word out to drive more traffic to these events. And, we have tried, one year we substantially increased just the pure marketing dollars, no impact attendance. Last year this year we've tried really targeting specific food trucks, no impact. So we're going to keep at it. I think the goal for next year is we're going to allocate either people or resources to specifically focus on bundling events during the race weekend days to try to give a customer more than one reason to come. So if there's something else going on, we might get a customer that actually is able to be excited about, hey, I'll go see a race, but I'll also do a brew fest or auto show or whatever. So we're going to try that. We're going to keep trying until we get the secret sauce figured out. So we're not giving up. But we know that's an important element is we have to get the word out and do it in a constructive way. The other thing I would just say is that we currently have waivers with the existing other operators. So when we run our race, there is no reduction in tax payments to the state, county, city, or horsemen when we run our races. So I just wanted to point that out. We think that's a pretty important item to bring up. Before I move on to the simulcast side of the business, I didn't know if we needed to do this a step at a time, Nick, or, yeah? If you all had any questions about live racing before we moved on.
Go ahead. Mr. President, Mr. Liguori, when you say 1.9 million over the meet, what does that calculate to you on a daily basis? Do you have any idea how much you're going to pay out?
Roughly 1.9 million divided by 18, so a little bit over 100,000 a day, 110,000 a day.
And if I may, that doesn't include, the horsemen pay into the paid stakes races. So that's probably another 400,000 on top of that. So we'll distribute probably in the neighborhood of $2.4 million next year. Good Lord willing, if the creek don't rise.
Can I ask one more question, Mr. President? So I don't know if it's legal, but is there I see these sports wagering people giving rebates to people to start betting at your enterprises. I don't know if that's legal in Wyoming or in pari-mutuel racing, but is that a way to get people to come to the track that, they get $5 for every $2 or $3, $2 for every $5 they bet? Is that to get people to come?
In the past, I know in the state, I've done what they call a mystery mutual voucher. You do a mailer and you don't know if it's worth just a $2 bet or it's going to be, worth something more than that. But I don't think we've ever given a rebate on pari-mutuel wagering. But, again, one thing to mention too, we had previously sent out our signal prior to HISA coming on board. And this year, we decided to send out our quarter horse signal because it's not affected by HISA. But we're also, shopping our signal out of the United States, which HISA does not affect. So, it's kind of like sending out a postcard. People see horse racing going on in Wyoming and we'll interject some commercials for the Rock Springs Chamber of Commerce, and you never know. We do get international visitors to our race meet all the time on any given weekend because they're traveling through and they heard there was a track and they wanted to come and see what it's about. So it's probably less than 0.1% of our total admissions, but it's exciting when people show up to see horse racing here out in the Western Plains.
I have a quick question. This is not just to you guys, but any of the operators, I'll ask my standard question like Cactus had yesterday, but did you guys reach out to the Wyoming tourism folks?
We did.
You did? And
Yeah.
not much?
John, I know, John and I met with the organization. You have to push the button, sorry.
President Bouchard, Commissioners, we did reach out. We had a meeting, and from the state's perspective, they're more interested in promoting the state in general rather than specifics. So the direction really was to work with the local tourism offices, which we've reached out to try to get their support. And I think collateral material and so forth is important. To Commissioner Schiffer's point, I think we could offer a free $2 bet or do some promotions along those ways. I think that would be acceptable from a legal perspective. And I made a note of that, so appreciate the comment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments before Pete carries on? All right, you got it.
Okay, so moving on to the simulcast side of our business. In terms of 2024, obviously the big success for us was getting our Horse Palace at Swan Ranch property open. Those that may remember some of the statistics, I won't go through a lot. Roughly, we invested about $25 million in the project. And it took us over 2 years from inception to completion to get open. And, we ended up hiring, we were targeting to hire 135 team members. We got up to about 110. And we've just been struggling to fill that last gap. We've actually increased our start rate twice. And we also added a sign-on bonus. So I think it's just the nature of the economy at the moment, but we're still trying to get up to our full complement of team members. I did want to just revisit, I guess, a cultural aspect of our business, something we call Wyoming First, not to be confused with 307 First. So Wyoming First, we have, Kyle, I love you. I have four tenets that we typically run after. We try to hire Wyoming, buy Wyoming. We try to find and support philanthropic efforts in the communities where we operate. And obviously the last one is related to the horsemen, the horses. We try to create support for the equine business. As it relates to Swan Ranch, we're happy to report that in terms of Hire Wyoming, all but one person was a Wyoming resident. So we basically were able to hire everyone from Wyoming. The construction dollars, we spent roughly 70-75% Wyoming vendors. In terms of the philanthropic efforts, we do a number of things around the state. Here in Casper, we support the Wyoming Youth Ranch. Here in town, we are subsidizing the renovation of the steam engine in Evanston 4420. We actually recently donated 3 canine dogs, puppies to the Cheyenne Police Department. So we just try to find little niches in the different communities and try to do that. And in terms of the equine industry, we actually are underwriting a scholarship at Laramie County Community College. So in terms of that umbrella, we really try to become part of the community. In terms of the annual benefit from just Swan Ranch, we had originally estimated that we were going to be able to generate roughly $900,000 to the state, $900,000 to the city, $900,000 to the county. We're actually doing much better than we expected. So those numbers are going to be closer to 1.1 million per year to each of those organizations. The Breeders' Fund contribution, we had anticipated contributing 700,000. Looks like it's going to be closer to 900,000. And you heard us talk a little bit about the purses before as well. So on an annualized basis, we think the Swan Ranch will contribute close to $1 million more in purses on an annual basis. So from our standpoint, one of the key premises was to drive, to bring in out-of-state business. And on that front, the project has been very successful. We are well over 70% coming from non-Wyoming states. So couldn't be happier about that. And that was the goal. Originally, it was a premise. So we're now seeing the proof in the pudding. It's actually happening. So we're really very, very excited about that. And that percentage is growing every month as we go. You know, our thinking is the winter's coming, we'll see. But I think if I'm in Fort Collins or Greeley and I'm going to drive to Blackhawk, it's a longer distance. The roads are more treacherous than coming up I-25. So we think we'll see the same kind of patterns we're seeing now, but, you know, we'll see. We're guardedly optimistic, I think, is how I would put it. In terms of 2025, we actually started construction on our Evanston touristic OTB actually a month ago. But most of the construction work will be done next year. The goal will be to get that project up and running before year end. And it's a similar type of economic benefit in that the project has grown since from when we initially started it to where it is now in terms of the final plans. We're roughly going to spend about $25 million on that project. And we're looking to hire about 125 team members for that side of the state. So the economic benefits and all of the things that we talked about Swan, they're going to be very similar when Evanston gets open and running. So once we see the full effect from Evanston and Swan, our purses will probably be approaching $3.5 million a year. So we're really kind of jazzed, because if you think about it, last year we were at 1.3. So very, very excited about that. I did want to just touch on a topic, I'll just say compliance in general. And it's something that Commissioner Cavella touched on before as it related to the discussion around AML. You know, we've with the opening of Swan, we actually put in a fairly robust AML program. We have one in the company. We've had it tested by outside organizations now twice, because we're constantly trying to improve it. But to your point, Commissioner, all that energy, all that activity, we filed 3 CTRs this year. The types of transactions that you see in the types of business pari-mutuel, because the bets are so small, there's no table games, there's just not that kind of activity. And in terms of the SARs, I think we've had a handful of those as well. And most of them have been, you know, somebody replacing themselves with a friend when a jackpot hit because for whatever reason they didn't want to declare. I mean, those are the kind of goofy things that you deal with. So, you know, we're in a constant state of trying to improve our AML program, because we anticipated the rules coming down the road. We're going to require these types of things. So we've been pretty engaged about this. Our team members go through extensive training twice a year. Employees can't start until they've gone through the training. But the challenge is, it's so infrequent. How do you keep it top in mind when somebody's dealing with many of other things during the year? So it's a challenging topic. You know, we want to be in compliance, but at the same time, how do you do it effectively? It's interesting. We are going to be hiring an internal auditor as part of our compliance initiative next year as well. That person will be focused on making sure that our operating procedures are robust, complete, and there are no holes in them. And we've been modifying and evolving all of those related things. And when we opened up Swan Ranch, we built a dedicated surveillance room that monitors all of our cameras through all of our locations all over the state. So we actually have a real person monitoring cameras 24 hours a day. Obviously recording all the information if we need it, but there's just the missing element of somebody just scanning and looking at things, and has been very helpful. We've actually been able to find 1 or 2 scams so far. So that's kind of the back of house, not the sexy part of the business, but it's important, you know, so. So I just wanted to just touch on those couple of things as well. Happy to take any questions on the simulcast side of the business.
Thank you. Do we have questions? Not seeing any. You got some, Nick?
President Broussard, just for clarification, Wyoming Horse Racing is operating on a 3-year license that was approved in 2023 for the 2024, 2025, and 2026 race seasons. In 2023, for 2025, they were approved to run August 16th, 17th, 22nd, 23rd, and 24th, 29th, 30th, and 31st, September 5th, 6th, and 7th, September 12th, 13th, and 14th, September 20th and 21st, September 27th and 28th, for a total of 18 days. It's on that calendar there, and I'll move that, make it a little more easy to see. Mr. Liguori had mentioned the 100-mile waiver. The 100-mile waiver they had with 307 expired at the end of 2024. They've already renewed that, so the waivers that they have with Wyoming Downs and 307 are good through the 2025 and 2026 season. So that would wrap up Wyoming horse racings.
Thank you. No questions? Thank you, guys, appreciate it. Oh, sorry, Dan has a question.
Mr. President, Wyoming Horse Racing, I'm going to kind of jump the elephant in the room here. You know, you've got a lot of potential overlapping dates with cowboy racing. And, you know, I just think you're up here now. If you would like to address that, I'd like to hear what you have to say. If you want to defer to later, that's your prerogative. But I think at some point in the day, we're going to talk about this topic. So whatever, however you want to deal with it.
Right. Mr. President, Commissioners, we're not happy about that. We think it'll affect our horse population. And, you know, speaking as a horse owner, you can't be in two places at two times. I don't know what the benefit is to our industry to have overlapping dates, not only for the operator, but for the horse owner who's trying to run his horses. And so from that perspective, we would definitely oppose any kind of overlap for any two operators.
Okay, thank you. I'm sure we'll talk about that again. Any questions for these guys before we let them go? Not seeing any. Okay. Well, thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Next on the agenda is Wyoming Downs.
President Broussard, item number 12B is Wyoming Downs. The simulcast, live racing, and ADW permit applications for the year 2025.
Okay.
Beginning on page 333 in your packet, you will see Wyoming Downs' completed live racing application, simulcast application, and ADW application. For their live racing this year, Wyoming Downs has requested the following dates: June 27th and 28th, July 4th, 5th, and 6th, July 11th, 12th, and 13th, July 18th, 19th, and 20th, July 25th, 26th, and 27th, August 2nd, 3rd, and August 9th and 10th, for a total of 18 days. In the live event permit, Wyoming Downs submitted all the required documentation. Their financials, scrolling through here, all of their security measures and plans. They still will, I'm sorry, and Wyoming Horse Racing, I should have clarified that too. They still will have to submit to the pre-race third-party safety inspection prior to running in the 2025 season. But for Wyoming Downs' live event permit, everything is consistent with previous submissions, and there's nothing that can be found to say otherwise.
Okay, thank you. Do you guys want to take it from here?
Thank you, Tracy Laycock, General Counsel for Wyoming Downs. First, I'm going to have Mr. Lamb talk about the race season this year at Wyoming Downs. We had a great year. And then I'll just touch on the off-track betting locations and sort of our plan for next year. And then happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Chairman, Frank Lamb, Wyoming Downs. I'll be brief. We had a great race meet, and I think we've given you all the statistics before, and we don't need to go through a whole lot of that again. The things I want to emphasize, though, that I think are worth emphasizing and repeating, was we had one breakdown, which is one too many, but we did have one breakdown as opposed to several a year before. The other thing I think is really important, and it was mentioned yesterday by Tracy about using the Stride Safe product for the entire race meet. So every horse was carrying one of those chips, every quarter horse, every thoroughbred. And it's going to turn out to be invaluable, as you learned yesterday from the presenter that you had before you. I'm really excited about that. As things move along and we get more information, I think it's going to make a big difference in how the trainers use that information and work with it. All the entries were up. Horses per race were I think, fourth highest in the country. And we're real proud of that. So, we paid out a record amount of purse money as well. We had a $199,000 futurity, which was the highest purse race in the state. Our barn area was full, busting at the seams, really. And some say that's a good problem to have, but I'm not so sure about that. I might rather have not quite enough than have too many, but we're working to alleviate those problems, areas that we see. And what we did this year was, when the meet was over, a crew came out and built a 46-stall barn in 7 days. And I'm sure some of you have seen the pictures of that. It was pretty amazing to watch that happen. And it is a very, very high-quality barn. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of horsemen who want to be in that one. And I've got a plan for that, by the way, because I don't want to show any preference. And so, this will be the first time I announce this. So, guys, tell me what you think. I want to take the top 10 trainers of Horses Run, not Races Won, but Horses Run from the previous season, whether it be quarter horse, thoroughbred, doesn't matter, and put their name on a card, just like we draw races, and take the bottle with 10 pills in it, just like we draw races. When we pull a card out, pull a pill out, that person is the top of the list for that barn. And we just keep doing that until that barn's full. So it'll be a random draw. And some of those guys might not want that. They might want to stay in the barn they've been in for the last 10 years, or in some cases, 20 years. But that's the way we're going to do it. So, does that sound all right? Okay, we got commission approval. But the other thing I want to point out, and it was mentioned earlier with Wyoming horse racing about overlapping dates. As you notice, there are no overlapping dates that we've had for the last 3 years with 307. That's taken some time to work out, but it's worked out. It's great. I think it's going to really, really benefit racing, especially for 307. And it's going to help us as well. So, I'm proud that we've got that worked out. I think it's going to help the state as well, and with personnel and that sort of thing. So with that, stand for questions unless Tracy has something to add.
Any questions for Frank? Okay, no? Tracy, carry on.
Thank you. Tracy Laycock, General Counsel for Wyoming Downs. I just wanted to touch briefly on new ownership and what they've been working on for the off-track betting facilities. The focus has really been capital infrastructure, capital expenditure at existing facilities. And that's something I'm really proud to report. We started renovations in Sheridan, and that's going to be a complete renovation of that building. It's going to be spectacular. I can't wait for everyone to see it. But really, the new owners are focused on bringing a really high-quality product to the off-track betting locations. In addition to restructuring and expanding the simulcast offerings and viewing areas at our current locations. We are also focusing on building the corporate infrastructure in Wyoming, which I'm proud to report. Similar to Wyoming horse racing, we're also actually today just posted for a Title 31 auditor that will work statewide to ensure Title 31 compliance. We have very similar experience to Wyoming horse racing, but with the growth, it's just really important to ensure that we have in-person training, compliance, and ensuring that we're following all of those federal rules. We employ roughly 200 people across the state of Wyoming, which is also something I'm proud to report. And that doesn't include the racetrack. Those are the year-round employees at the off-track betting facilities. Additionally, we have waivers with the other two operators, which of course has helped us all, and I think important for the industry as we move forward. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Questions from the commission? Okay, Commissioner Wildcat.
Thank you. So were you guys going to talk about ADW, or is that just kind of your?
I'm happy to talk about ADW. You know, the ADW is currently just sort of operating at status quo right now, and that's the IDABET website that we have. We have not expanded at all. That is a different philosophy than previous ownership. And so it's only used as a true ADW, just like TVG or any of those.
So I asked this question quite a while ago, but have you had any forward movement or growth on geofencing out Indian lands in regards to ADW?
Yeah, so ADW, if it's used in a traditional advanced deposit wagering form, it is not geofenced at all. If you don't have an address in a state where it's legal, you can't sign up for an account. And that's similar with the other ADWs that exist in Wyoming. One of the changes is that there was a thinking, and I think it was a great thought, and that's only because Eric Nelson is in the room, that we were going to try to take that ADW and have it really assist us in our simulcast. The current ownership of Wyoming Downs sees that differently and are using the traditional simulcast, which we have United Toad as our provider, for that service. So the geofencing was going to become important if we were going to try to advance the ADW as a simulcast provider. But we are now just using it as a traditional ADW service. I hope that helps.
Sure, of course.
So the way it stands, any ADW, a bet can occur on Indian lands.
With any ADW, there is no geofencing. That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Any other questions? Okay, Dan Lee, you have a question?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me, Chairman?
Sure. Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Chairman and Commission, Dan Lee, Wyoming All Breeds Racing Association. If I may, I have a question for Mr. Frank Lamb. Frank, that's fantastic news you shared with the group about the number of catastrophic injuries at Wyoming Downs this year. I was curious, is there anything particular that you guys changed to see that dramatic change in those numbers? And if so, is there possibly a plan in place to continue that improvement or other such improvements that hopefully continue to see that dramatic change to get to that zero number, like you said. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, we're going to continue to do what we did this last season and focus on the track condition. I think it's the reason we saw this dramatic decrease was due to a number of things, and not just the condition of the track, which I will say was a lot better. But the commission had a great deal to do with it as well by authorizing staff to vet check every horse. I think that was huge, no question in my mind. And you look at stats nationwide and it shows the same thing. And where tracks that started vet checking every horse and being very thorough with every horse, it dramatically reduced injuries. You're never going to get, I would like to get to zero. I'm afraid we'll never get there. You know, the person that was presenting yesterday talking about all the equipment that they use in California, they were talking about the Breeders' Cup, you know, and they check those horses at least twice with those scans. And you're still going to have problems. And they did. Not dramatically, but there's still issues that are going to come up. So no, we're going to continue to do everything we can in every area that we can.
Thank you, Frank. Okay, any other questions? Okay, no, carry on. Are we,
So President Broussard, we would be looking for a motion to accept and approve Wyoming Downs 2025 live event permit application.
thank you, Nick. Do we have a motion?
I'd make that motion, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Second.
We have a first and a second. Okay, any discussion, any questions, any more questions? Yeah, Dan?
Mr. President, Mr. Lamb, I thought Mr. Lee was going to ask the question about a horseman's agreement, and I was thinking you were hoping we'd skated on that, but what's the status of the horsemen's group, the group representing the horsemen, and do you have a contract with anybody? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Schiffer, yeah, I thought the same thing. I thought that's what it's going to but I'm glad you did. Because, yeah, we still have our contract with the Wyoming HPPA. They do have a board of directors. They emailed it to me the other day. I'm not sure if they emailed it to staff. I could forward it, but I think it's better coming from them. But, and they're awaiting their invoice, which is based on this year's handle and number of starts, I think, from the national. And then they should be in good shape that way. We have 2 more years left on that contract. So in my discussion with the President, Chris Mitchell, the other day, we agreed that we need to start discussions now for the next contract, because as you know, those things take time.
Thank you. Any other questions, concerns? If not, we'll call the vote. All in favor of approving the application, state aye.
Aye.
If there's anyone opposed, say no. Okay, motion passes. Thank you, guys. Okay, Nick, next up, 307.
President Broussard, we still have 2 more applications with Wyoming Downs.
Okay, sorry.
That was just for their live racing. So the next one would be their simulcasting application.
Sorry. Sit back down. All right.
Motion to approve the simulcast application to 2024 to 2026, is that correct?
President Broussard, Commissioner Bold, this would be for the calendar year of 2025 only, January 1 through December 31st.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Dick. Any questions or concerns, questions, comments from anyone? Not seeing any, we'll call the vote. All in favor of approving the applications for simulcasting, say aye.
Aye.
If there's anyone opposed, say no. Okay, thank you. Now we need a third one for ADW.
President Broussard, the final one is for Wyoming Downs 2025 application for ADW.
Okay.
Wyoming Downs several years ago had purchased IdaBet. It's actually an out-of-state ADW. It's based out of Oregon. That's where the hub is. So they're seeking approval to offer that ADW from January 1st, 2025 through December 31st, and that would be offered as an out-of-state ADW, not an in-state ADW.
Thank you. Do I have a motion?
Your Honor, I'd make that motion, and then I have a question.
Sure. Do we have a second? We have a second? You go ahead with your question, Commissioner Bull.
Tracy, would you educate me on what an ADW is?
Yeah, absolutely. So it's advanced deposit wagering. So it allows you the ability to bet on horse racing from either your phone or a computer. And so you don't have to be in an OTB to wager on live horse racing.
Thank you. I'm sure everybody else knew that.
You're good.
More questions? Yep, go ahead, Cactus.
Out of curiosity, what was the approximate volume last year?
That's a great question that I do not immediately have the answer to. And if you notice, Frank Lamb abandoned me. I'm happy to get the answer to that and provide it to the commission.
Thank you. Any other questions or concerns? All right, seeing none, we'll call the vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed?
No.
We got one no. Do we need to? I don't think we need to call a roll. All right, thank you. Passes. Moving on now to 307.
President Broussard, item number 12C, 307 Horse Racing, Inc. This will be a verbal update from them, and then I'll have a few things. They also have an agenda item for some amended race dates for 2025.
All right. You guys have the floor.
Hello, Commissioners. Jack Greer, 307 Horse Racing. I think the one change we'd like to mention is the date change for 25. As Mr. Lamb had mentioned earlier, this is in an effort to not overlap the race meets, which is a huge plus for the racing industry in Wyoming. We're really excited about it. In addition to the dates, in previous commission meetings, you heard all our stats from 307's meet this year. If you have any questions, we're happy to answer those. But you will see a pretty significant jump in purse money to 25 as well, probably close to a 50% increase in purse money, not including Horseman's contribution. So we're really excited about that. It's almost 2.5 million from a 307 contribution, and we anticipate probably about 400,000 as well from a Horseman contribution. So should be getting close to 3 million, which is really exciting. Additional days was also a change to 25, and that is to compensate for the no overlap. The additional days is to make sure we get the horses out. I guess on the racing side, I'll stand for any questions.
Any questions for Jack? Not seeing any, you can carry on. Or you don't have
I
anything
guess
else?
I would just add, we worked very hard to not have an overlapping season for 2025. That's something that Jack and I complained about every year till now, because it caused problems and the horsemen had to make choices and you had issues with scheduling on the same weekend. You're gonna have a Wyoming bred race over here, and it's all the way across the state. So it's very important from a horseman perspective and from a track operation perspective to have that season make sense. We're proud that we finally got to a place where we can do that. I'd also sort of point out something we've talked about for a long time. which is there is like a longitudinal nature to the growth that Wyoming has. And you saw that and heard some of that discussion in the study, but there's still stuff that's not open that's permitted. We have our Laramie location, which is going to be open in January. We have a second Cheyenne and a Green River location that'll be open in 2025. And so when you hear Jack say, we're going to have a 50% jump in purses, that's because in prior years, you had partial years of some of these OTBs being open. It's no different than what Mr. Liguori was just talking about with Wyoming horse racing and stuff that they have that's still going to come to market. And so I think everybody should understand that just the existing operations as permitted are going to, or should, depending on how everything shakes out, have a lot of growth in purse money over the next 2 to 3 years, just out of the fact that the way those calculations run are on 12-month look back. So if you open a parlor at month 6, you only get 6 months of it. So for us, even with the last 3 that we have permitted that are not open, you're going to see the impacts to our meat through 2027 if those are allowed to mature. And I think that's something that's very important to take into consideration with the deluge of data that everybody has in the study, is to understand the time that it takes for all of these things to step into and let the market mature, which I think is what Mr. Rube was talking about when he was talking about, the market's not mature. You have a lot of stuff that's still on the table that hasn't even settled out yet.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. President, Kyle and Jack, do you guys currently have, reciprocal agreements with the other racetracks with regard to the 100-mile rule?
We do. We reached an agreement with Wyoming Downs for this year's racing season and in the future to have that reciprocal. And we've had that with Wyoming Horse Racing for a couple of years, and that's been extended.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any questions from the commission? We're looking for a motion for the.
President
3 years.
Broussard, not a motion at this time. Just to reiterate, Wyoming Horse Racing is also operating on a 3-year permit that was approved in 2023. In 2023, they were originally approved for the following dates: May 24th, 25th, and 26th, the 31st, June 1st, June 7th and 8th, June 13th, 14th, and 15th, June 20th, 21st, and 22nd, June 27th, 28th, and 29th, for a total of 16 days. The next agenda item that you will have is a request from 307 Horse Racing to amend the approved dates from the dates that I had just mentioned, and they are seeking now approval to change those dates to May 16th, 17th, and 18th, May 24th, 25th, and 26th, May 30th, 31st, and June 1st, June 6th, 7th, and 8th, June 13th, 14th, and 15th, and June 20th, 21st, and 22nd, for an increase in 2 days. That actually makes it an 18-day race season. That's also on the map. If you can kind of see it from here, their dates are the ones in blue, green, blue.
Orange.
They're the ones in orange. Oh, yeah, because they're the first ones to run.
They're in pink.
But if you keep looking, it's one of those colors.
Top color. Okay, thank you. So we're going to move on to this, move on to the race date approval. Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. Any questions, comments? A question, comment? No? All right, we'll call the vote. All in favor of amending the date, say aye.
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 If there's anyone opposed, say no. All right, thank you, guys. Oh, we got more? I don't think we have anything for you guys anymore. Thank you, appreciate it. Yeah. Okay, sorry, you got it. Dan, you have a minute.
Yes, sir. Mr. Commissioner and Commission, thank you all. I just have a comment in general. From a horseman standpoint and visiting with all the horsemen, the overlap of the racetrack is not a bad thing in the horseman's eye. sure, it affects each track operating, and I know the operators don't like to hear this, but bottom line is, as Ms. Koltiska pointed out, there's only so many horses can be run in a day when you run a nine race card for the day or a 10 race card for the day. And these Wyoming breds aren't getting that many outs because of the influx of out-of-state horses, which is fantastic. We want to see the extra horses come in and have a great meet. But bottom line is, whether each operator has 500 to 600 head of horses standing on their grounds, that's a good bragging point from them, like Mr. Lamb said, to be busting at the seams. But it doesn't do the horsemen any good when there's 600 head of horses standing on the grounds and they're not getting outs. So from a horseman standpoint, what the horsemen are telling Wabra is that the opportunity for another track to overlap on certain days is actually a good thing. It gives them an opportunity to get an out on their investment for the season. What's really hurting the horses, just from a horseman standpoint, and the horsemen, is that in the past, when we did have overlap situations, and primarily it was 307 horse racing as well as Wyoming Downs, was that the futurities, the paid-in stakes races were, per se, ran on top of each other or a week apart, and that really hurts the horsemen. So just as a comment, it's not so much the overlap that hurts, it's the ability of the operators to not work together on their stake schedules. Those particular horses having the opportunity, the horsemen, not the horses, the horsemen having the opportunity to get an extra out or two on their investment for the season, and the passion of the sport that they have is actually a good thing, as well as it gives them the opportunity to run where they are most comfortable, where they enjoy. Maybe it's closer to their hometown, so they don't have to travel so far. And it's how they're treated at the facilities. There's been negatives in the past, and I won't point out names, but there's been negatives in the past where the horsemen weren't possibly treated fairly or properly. And they were told, if you don't like it at our track, you're welcome to leave and go home. When people pay thousands of dollars to get these investments ready to run, and then they're told, if you don't like it, go home.
Okay, Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, that's okay. We're going to keep it to the application question, if you don't mind. If there's anything concerning the applicant or the application, we've already voted on it. So I appreciate your comments, but we're going to move on now. You want to answer that real quick, and then we'll get.
Yeah, just quick comments, since you did bring it up on our application, I guess. I am not aware of horsemen having issues getting horses out in Gillette. In fact, we've had probably issues the opposite, having to rewrite races to make sure we're getting everybody out accordingly and not running back to back. But that has not been an issue in Gillette, to my knowledge. In fact, I don't think an overlap with another race meet's the only solution either. Typically, you just run more races in a day, or you run more days per week to satisfy the horse population. So I'm sure all three current operators would be willing to do what we needed to do to make sure the horses are getting out in Wyoming to the best that we can.
I would add to supplement to Jack that we will be making a significant improvement to our facility to build a bridle path to reach access to an additional 1,000 stalls, which would give us, and Jack can correct me if I'm wrong, but at least 1,500 stalls that are accessible in Gillette. Correct.
That's correct.
Yeah. And so that is important, given that we wouldn't have the overlap with Evanston this year, that we can accommodate the extra horses that are going to be there. That's why we added the days and why we can write to accommodate them. And I guess, everybody can argue all they want about overlap and how good or bad it is. The legislature paid for a study that has a lot of data that you all got in the last 7 days that needs to be sifted and parsed, because that's where the answers to those questions are going to be.
Thank you. Okay, Dan, can you have 1 minute?
Okay, sorry, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to state, I apologize. That was not directed at 307. Like I said, that was the Horsemen as a whole for the racing season in Wyoming, all the tracks. So I just want to clarify that's for all the operators. It was not pointed at 307. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. I guess from the commission's point of view, we appreciate working out the dates because, of course, that costs us double work in some cases, 2 veterinarians, 6 stewards and whatnot. So,
And we'd like to just
staff.
thank the new ownership at Wyoming Downs. They've been great to work with to get that done. So thank
we
you.
thank you. Appreciate that. Okay. Are we finished with 307?
President Broussard, yes, we are finished with that.
All right. So about 40 minutes until lunch. We'll carry on. Anybody need a break? All right. Item D, cowboy racing.
President Broussard. Item number 12D is a live event and simulcast application received from Cowboy Racing LLC. The original application was received in January of 2024. This is a unique situation because this is a brand-new build, so we've had some things that we've been working through. Included in your packet, you will see Cowboy Racing is requesting 16 days of live racing for quarter horses, thoroughbreds, paints, and all breeds for the calendar years of 2025, 2026, and 2027. Included in the application was their $5,000 cashier's check, which is required, Laramie County Resolution 23-1017-11, allowing Cowboy Racing to conduct live racing in Laramie County. There's also a letter of support from Laramie County Commissioners, a financial statement showing Cowboy Racing's financial stability, their live operations plan, a phasing plan, and some additional information. Before I go through the dates, I want to make sure that you all received the letter from Mrs. Shea. Cowboy Racing has stated that they're flexible on these dates and they're willing to talk about these dates. Unfortunately, our application does have a spot where it asks for dates. Got to put something in there. So we can talk about dates as we kind of make our way through this. Also, this morning I had handed out just kind of an excerpt from your packet just to make it easier, which is the phasing plan for the Thunder Plains racetrack build-out. I don't know if you've all had a chance to look at that. So we can kind of go over this as well. And obviously the folks from Cowboy Racing are here to answer any questions on this one as well.
Okay, thank you. You have it.
Good morning. My name is Scott DeRudy. I'm an executive with First Racing, and as you know, we're partners in the Cowboy Racing operation. We're pleased to be here again this morning. I think this is probably about the 4th time we've addressed this commission relating to our live event permit application, as well as more generally to the construction of our new Thunder Plains racetrack in Laramie County. We're very pleased to tell you that since we were last here in September, we have completed construction of our racetrack. That is a full 1-mile oval, 80 feet wide at its narrowest, which is more than enough to accommodate a 12-horse starting gate and 12-horse field. Important piece from a licensing standpoint, there's a requirement that we submit a certified report of completed track. We did do that about 6 weeks ago. Our track is, fully constructed. It was not a simple matter to carve a racetrack into the natural plains of Wyoming. We moved about 376,000 cubic yards of dirt, spent millions and millions and millions of dollars doing that. Some of you have had the opportunity to be out there and see it firsthand, and for those who haven't yet, we'd welcome you to come out, and we'd be happy to give you a tour around. So the bottom line is we've done everything, we've submitted everything that's required by statute and rule for the issuance of our license. I want to make the point, when you look back, I guess 10, 12 years ago, when the legislature in Wyoming passed the historic horse racing law, I think they did it for a couple of reasons. They did it to encourage investment in racing in Wyoming. They did it to improve and support racing and just generally raise the overall quality and experience of racing in Wyoming. And the tracks that have come before us have done a great job taking the industry basically from its deathbed to where it is today. We welcome the opportunity to be here and help them all move it forward, and we're prepared to do that in a first-class way. So we've been here, like I said, 4 times. We have the whole team. We're welcome your questions and happy to answer them. I'm not going to sit here and make a presentation of all the information we've done before. So with those brief comments, we're here to respectfully request you approve our live event application and approve our simulcast and HHR application. And we're prepared for any questions you might have.
Thank you. I know we have questions.
President Broussard, so with the application packet under Gaming Commission Rules, Chapter 6, Sections 1K and M, they have completed all of the documentation portion. In your packet, you will see the certified report. It's a small version. We have a large version somewhere here if you'd like to see it, the full-size version. At this current time, the track is completed, and we have the grade measurements and distance survey that is required. I know that there is several things that have been brought up as far as, the test barn and the paddock and the railing. That stuff is not in place yet. That stuff will have to be in place prior to live racing.
Still under phase 1?
This would be everything that's included in the phase 1 planning, because cowboy racing would also be subject to the third-party safety inspection prior to racing. They have been provided the outline of what that safety inspection will entail, so they know kind of what they should be expecting when that time comes next year. I would also stand for any questions on this. I will just point to that handout, cowboy racing and Thunder Plains. At the first page into the second page is all of the things that they will have completed prior to the first race meet. And then it also goes on to show what will be removed between the 25 and 26 season and replaced with other things.
You guys need that? You have that?
Yes. And I'd stand for any questions on this as well.
All right, go ahead, Cactus.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So you guys with Thunder Plains, my couple questions is, we talked about the safety inspection. I don't know if you were all here yesterday, but we went over the safety inspections with the other 3 racetracks. They don't have all their stuff done, but obviously they'll have to have everything finished before the day of racing. I implore you to look at what they've already done and see what's included so that you're fully aware of all of the things that must be completed and done before you can do a single day. Because, I'd hate to see you get to day 1 of the races and you've got 1 or 2 boxes that aren't checked. That kills that race day. It doesn't happen. And the next question I have, if I may.
Sure, go ahead.
The judges stand. 3-level terrace scaffold design, is that enclosed with areas for all the computer equipment and the cameras, all the stuff that the judges and stewards need?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman and Commissioner Covello, the plan is for that to be enclosed, yes. There's a variety of ways that we could build this tower for the stewards, but our plan is to build it such that it's going to, A, withstand the wind and the weather, potentially.
That's brave, pretty brave.
Secondly, it's got to be controlled because we're going to be having cameras in that same tower for the stewards, essentially. But yeah, it'll be enclosed. It's going to be a temporary sort of, if you imagine a PGA golf tournament, how they erect some of these sort of scaffolding type towers. That's what we're talking about there. It'll be adequate for the purpose.
My question relates to the important equipment that's in there, the cameras and all the computer equipment and all the stuff they have obviously needs to be out of the elements and so forth.
Sure. Yes, sir.
So, okay, thank you very much.
I'm sorry, I meant to do that. Jeff True, First Technology.
Thank you. Other questions? No, for me, you're looking at the same document. We have the Phase 1 promises from you guys.
Mr. President, yes, we have that here. We're very familiar with it and have a plan to address every single one of those items well in advance of the safety inspection that'll take place before our meeting.
I'm asked, don't take a lot of time, but could you just hit a status of those quickly, just so we know where you're at in some of these? Track and no rails.
So Mr. President and Commissioners, Jeff True again with First Technology. Depending on how in-depth you want to get on these things.
Just a quick status.
Okay,
'Cause
yeah,
we're
so-
you're shooting for your race dates, I guess, as it relates to your race dates.
So in relation to the race dates, I mean, the track has been completed to grade. It's been surveyed. We have the base down. The cushion of the track is something that's going to be formulated and laid down in the early part of the summer, right? There's no sense in putting that sort of mixture down and letting Mother Nature have its way for 8 months or whatever the term is. So that's being planned. We're sourcing the material. It's a very specific material, as you might be aware. The inside-outside rail. We have that rail on site at the facility. It was taken from Golden Gate Fields. It was deconstructed, numbered, delivered. It's ready to go. We'll put that down after we get the surface down. The detention and drainage wells, those are all planned. There's a master plan. The Edwards Development Group do this, right? They're very successful developers and know how to deal with drainage and raw land. So that's all coming around. We have deals on water. We have grading for the barns, the administration facilities. Further down the line, the judges stand, camera tower. We just spoke about that. Those are all in a plan, locally sourced. Security fencing is, there's going to be multiple levels of security fencing, right? So the barn enclosure will have one level of security. The outside perimeter of the facility will have another. And all that security fencing will obviously be brand new and will fit the standard. We're going to have some temporary buildings on the facility. We don't expect to build all of our permanent buildings in year one. So even if we have a temporary administration office or a racing office or a jocks room, they'll be modular. They'll be climate controlled. They'll have all the amenities that are needed in those facilities for our staff and for our riders. Aaron Greider is a top jockey, a retired jockey, but also very keen as to what the jocks need. And he'll be overseeing those things as well as all of our security aspects. He does that for First Racing and Gaming now. The paddock test barn, we have a design in place that we feel is pretty good. We're going to be open to suggestions from you as needed, but we're pretty confident that the layout, the process and procedure of horses coming into the stable area, getting from the stable area to the paddock, from the paddock area to the test barn, where the gaps are going to be, all those sorts of things are also being addressed. Test barn design has been talked about quite a bit. Spectator amenities, again, they're going to be temporary, but as you might remember, First Racing puts on big events at a lot of locations, Miami, Baltimore, LA. Each of those big giant events, we bring additional services to those facilities. We think we know how to deal with the public, and so I think the public, when they get to Thunder Plains, are going to have all the amenities that they need. And so I would probably leave it at that. There will be some bleachers, there will be outdoor seating, there will be places to watch the races live, and we're pretty comfortable with the planning there and would open for any other questions.
Thank you.
Yes,
Appreciate
sir.
it. Cactus?
Okay, my question for you now is maybe one of the great big apes in the room, but do you intend to engage in agreements with the other three racetracks with regards to the 100-mile rule? In other words, do you intend to operate and have them shut down within the 100-mile radius, or will you have agreements in place before you start?
I'm going to defer to Scott on that.
Yeah, Mr. President, I'd like to address that question. We realize we're the new entrant here to the racing industry in Wyoming. We have every intention of working cooperatively and in good faith with the other tracks. We have every intention of engaging in discussions regarding everything from race dates to the 100-mile rule. It's been a little bit of a chicken and egg problem up to this point. We have reached out to each of the other operators to talk about sort of cooperative efforts, but haven't gotten a lot back so far, and it's understandable because we don't have a racing license. And so why would they engage in those discussions? But when you issue our license today for our live event permit and our simulcast and HHR permit, we will go immediately into discussions with the other operators about those items.
Yeah, so Jeff, I didn't expect you to do more than what you promised. I just wanted to know what your comfort level is on the long list. I did notice you missed giant American flag.
I didn't miss it.
Oh, okay.
I think that's a given. We're gonna have a flag.
Good on you.
We're gonna have a flag you can see from the highway, trust
Okay,
me.
good.
Your Honor? Okay, I guess I'm up. I'll hit you again. What's your comfort level with being able to have a full race field each and every day of the 16 days? How many races do you expect to have, and do you feel you'll be able to fill those fields, each of those races?
Commissioner Covello, again, Jeff True with First Racing. Our intention is to run the best race meet that we can operate. And it's not our intention to overlap and create a problem in the state. But what I've been hearing this morning is that we don't have enough races right now. I feel pretty comfortable that when we get to the race meet, whatever dates we wind up running, whether it's the dates we requested or something else that you request that we run, we feel pretty comfortable that the position of the horse industry in Wyoming is growing and improving, and we're going to run the most races of quality that we can run. And I'm pretty confident it's going to be a full field, a full card, and a full race meet. We wouldn't be doing this if we thought we were going to be struggling for horses. I really believe that the First Racing partnership with the Edwards Development Group and building this thing is the culmination of what you intended. And I think the quality of racing is going to improve over time because of the facility that we're constructing. You know better than I do, there's a short window of time in which you can race in Wyoming. We need to figure that out and work it out for the best of the industry. That's why we're here. That's why First Racing is here. That's why I'm here.
Appreciate that. Thank you, Jeff.
Your Honor?
Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner Bowles.
Scott or Jeff, have you guys looked at this Wyoming gaming expansion study?
Mr. President, yes, we have.
You saw where they discussed the various options for expanding races and racing days in Wyoming. Did you not?
Yes, we did.
It talked about one of the ways that it could be expanded is by bringing in another operator, a fourth operator. Did you read that?
Yes, I saw that.
Yeah. And it said that that may be a good way to expand race days in Wyoming. But it went on to say that that should be done in a way which minimizes duplicate race days. Do you remember that?
I do remember that. I also remember some comments earlier in the day about racing opportunities. So I think both of those points are very valid, and there needs to be a balance brought to the table to make sure.
It talked about the fact that there's only a limited amount of horses. It talked about that there's only so much HHR capacity out there, and that we need to take those into consideration. Do you remember that?
My recollection is it said the HHR market is not reached maturity yet and still has room to grow. But again, we're talking about fine points here.
Did you witness Mr. Ridgway's cross-examination of our consultants this morning?
Mr. President, I thought Attorney Ridgway did an outstanding job in his
Yeah, he
cross-examination.
got them to concede that unless some other counties are opened up, in their opinion, the HHR market is saturated. So one of the suggestions they make is that if a new licensee were to run the same neighbors a day, same number of days, but run later, a longer meet extending into late September, there would be less pressure on the horse population. Did you see that?
Mr. President, I did see that, and I thought that was a very valid comment, particularly in this first year in 2025. We have expressed to the other operators, and we've expressed to this commission, a extreme willingness to be flexible in this first year. And if it's this commission's desire to push us to the September type timeframe, we would be more than happy with that.
So my question is, September, and do you live in Cheyenne?
No, I do not.
Okay, September's in Cheyenne can be glorious. I mean, right? I mean, and they're suggesting that you look at going later into September than what you've got your dates. And what I want to know is, are you willing to do that? And don't give me this, I just want to know if you're willing to do that.
Mr. President and Commission, the short answer is yes.
Okay.
The longer answer is we were asked to submit race dates in a vacuum on a piece of paper that we submitted to this commission without the opportunity to engage in discussion with other members of the industry. So we submitted dates. We sit here fully prepared to cooperate, to concede as the new people here, and particularly in 2025. I don't want to lock in what's going to happen 5 years from now. But for this upcoming race meet, we would be happy to push to the September, even early October timeframe if that's what this commission feels is appropriate.
Yeah, because if we can reduce those duplicate dates, then the pressure on the horse population becomes less. And I think that gives you a better chance. That gives us a better chance. You see, the commission has a stake in you being successful. We want you to be successful. But we want the success of the existing operators to continue and to grow. So we have to think about that stuff. Do you understand that?
Yes, we understand it and we respect that view and we're prepared to cooperate.
Okay. All right. Now, speak to the 100-mile waiver issues. Am I hearing you right that you're willing to negotiate on that?
Mr. President and Commission, yes, absolutely. We are. What I heard earlier is even up to current times, the other operators are continuing their negotiations, continuing extensions of prior deals or cutting new deals. We have every intention of participating in good faith in those same sorts of discussions.
Do you understand why a waiver of the 100-mile preclusion would benefit the local governments and also the other operators in the state?
I understand a couple of things. I understand why a multi-million-dollar investment in a new racetrack in Cheyenne is important to the state, important to the local community, and important to the racing industry. I understand that very well. I understand why the local communities have an interest in maintaining the existing tax revenues they're receiving. I also understand why it would be very beneficial for the local governments to receive additional tax revenues from additional activities. So I think we, again, are here to cooperate, are here to help grow and improve the business, and we're going to do everything we can to get along with the rest of the industry.
And am I correct to understand that all of the items that you've listed to be completed in Phase 1 will be completed before the first race date of 2025?
Yes, they will.
Your Honor, that's all I have.
Thank you, Commissioner. Dan, you go ahead. Commissioner Schiffer.
Okay, Mr. President, thank you. I know you've given us an overview of the Phase 1 things to be completed rail, camera tower, security fencing, jockeys quarters, paddocks, stables, barns. Can you get a little more specific? I mean, all of this stuff, you know, I want to hear that it's in the works, not as, you know, we're going to do it, but you've got, you know, contracts with the company you're going to lease equipment from, you've, all these things. Can you give us some level of comfort in that regard?
Mr. President and Commissioner Schiffer, yes, I will give you comfort in that regard, and let me say it this way. We have acted thus far in a very irrational economic fashion. And what I mean by that is we have gone out and we have carved a 1-mile racing oval in the plains of Wyoming on the hope, and I'll say expectation, that if we lived up to our word and did everything we said, that this commission would grant our license. And we're sitting here today with the belief and the hope that that will happen. And we are prepared to pull the trigger on an additional extraordinarily expensive investment of barns, racing surface, all these other facilities. And let me give you a couple of specifics. So, and I think my colleague Jeff touched on this a moment ago, but for example, it would be silly of us to go put the cushion on top of the racetrack today. But what I will tell you is we have Dennis Moore, who's one of the preeminent racetrack experts, not just in the country, but in the world, and who's done dozens and dozens of tracks across the country. He is in our employ and is prepared and working currently on, as Jeff said, the exact mixture and sourcing of the materials. All that has taken place. The barns, obviously very critical. We were going over with the team yesterday the site plan for the barns and the construction of the original 600 barns and the footprint in the enclosed, secure backside area after you go through the stable gate, the footprint of where the additional barns will go when we're ready to grow to 1,000 stalls. So all that is in the works, and we're waiting to pull the trigger on the contracts and the spending for this license, which we're going to receive today. So yes, we're ready to do all that. It's not a pipe dream. It's not something we've thought about. It's something that has been planned and prepared, and we're ready to go.
Thank you. I appreciate your candor in that regard. Regarding the 100-mile rule, and you know, nobody seems to ever mention, when we have this problem that Joe, retiree, wants to go to while his day away at, you know, betting on something, when one of the real impacts to the fan base is if he walks to the door and the door is locked, you lose a fan, and fans are critical to this whole thing. So I don't need a response, but I just really think you should be aware. We have to, you know, you have to consider the fans when you're thinking about this 100-mile rule. So, and I got one more after that, but if you want to comment.
Mr. President and Commissioner Schiffer, I will address that. We've been focused up to this point primarily on the construction of the track and getting everything ready. That said, we recognize that the OTBs, the satellite wagering, the HHR wagering is an important part of the economic engine that's going to help drive our facility. And so with that, while we haven't looked across the state and said, where might we open a facility? It's a big state, and it's likely that we're going to want to open something someday within 100 miles of somebody else. So it's going to be a two-way street. It's going to have to be a reciprocal discussion. But we happen to be in the largest, you know, market from a population standpoint. It's sort of interesting to me as an outsider. I don't, you know, I was asked earlier, do I live in Cheyenne? No, I don't. But I can look at a map and I can see Wyoming, and I can see, you know, a couple of racetracks over here on the west and a racetrack up in the, you know, northeast. And I say, but where's the racetrack in, you know, the population center? And so that's why we chose to build our track where we did. We think it's going to be additive. And again, sorry for rambling, but to get back to your question, we're going to at some point want a waiver from others just as they're going to want from us. So we're going to engage in those good faith discussions.
One more.
Go ahead, one more.
This is kind of about it's not necessarily overlap, but as the application stands, We heard from the other operators that they're going to be offering somewhere between $100,000 to $120,000 in purses daily. What I'm reading from you all is somewhere around 50,000. It's not really our problem, but from your business point of view, I think it's problematical for you to recruit horses when you're offering half as much purses as the other, the other operators. So, I mean, you're going to have to deal with it. We want you to be successful. I want to bring it up as an issue that I think you all are going to have to, from a business standpoint, deal with, if not this year, as you go on forward. Thank you.
The short answer, Mr. President and Commissioner Schiffer, is you're right. We know that we need to pay more purses. We know that we need to develop our business and our clientele and our horse population. We know that we have horsemen to address that are racing, as Scott said, across the state for, in some cases, twice the money. We expect to be increasing those purses every year. And to your point, if we're not competitive, we're not going to be successful, and we have every intention of being successful. There's a lot of history around racing operations sitting in this room and at this table, and First Racing is very acutely aware of horse population, purses, and making racetracks operate. So we're acutely aware of those issues, and we'll address them at every opportunity.
Thank you. Any other questions? So I guess a comment from me is, if you could come on this side of the table for a second. You're an unknown entity as far as business in Wyoming, and we're all on the same page in a sense that we want quality horse racing. But we don't know that yet, So from us, the first thing for me is the 3-year application scares me. That's my first comment. I'm willing to consider giving you guys a license to start, having done everything. That's just my perspective. Are there any questions or concerns about what I just said? Anybody want to add on to that? Do you want to address that? If you were given a 1 year or requested to give a 1 year, would that change what we're talking about today?
Mr. President, I'd like to reiterate something which the commission said earlier, which is it doesn't matter if we receive this license today or not. It is subject to the ongoing approval and oversight of this commission, the ability to not allow us to race if we haven't satisfied the things we said we were going to satisfy, if our track's not safe, or we haven't put up the stewards' towers like we said we would. So I guess with all due respect, we would reiterate our request for a 3-year license so that we can continue to invest as we have, the same sort of 3-year license that the other permittees have received, all while knowing it is subject to the ongoing review and approval. And you can pull that license at any time you want if we're not living up to what we've said we would do.
Go ahead, Cactus.
Would you be receptive to making one of the contingencies upon receiving this license, having a reciprocal agreement with the other 3 in place first?
Mr. President and Commissioner Covello, I certainly understand that question. I also think it's a little bit of a difficult position you would be putting us in if we were to go negotiate a 2-sided deal with a 1-sided commitment already being given. I think frankly, what's fair and appropriate in this circumstance is we be treated like the other permittees, each of whom goes and has a business negotiation involving, the give and take of every business negotiation. So I guess what I'm saying is please don't tie our hands and put a commitment on us or a condition on our license that doesn't exist for those we would be negotiating with.
Go ahead, Dan.
Mr. President, First Racing, I think the other, I really appreciate how you phrased that, and the other possible condition would be whether you would commit to following through with the phasing that you've outlined in the timeframe that you've outlined it. Would you be willing to accept that as a condition of a 3-year license?
Mr. President and Commissioner Schiffer, the short answer is yes, because I think we already have, because it's part of our application. We've submitted documentation that said what we're going to do, and if you approve based on that application, I feel like we're making that commitment. And so that I don't see that as an extra condition or problem, so I think that would be fine. Yeah, please go ahead.
May I address that question in particular? If you'll note in our phasing plan, it says specifically, I'm sorry, Jeff True, First Racing. We expect to invest close to 100% of our income back into the property for approximately the first 5 years. I don't know if the others are suggesting that, but we are. And we're not just suggesting it, we're putting it in our application. I think the commitment could not be any stronger from this group that we're going to do what's needed to be done to make this a quality racing experience for horsemen, for commissioners, for the industry in general. I mean, we're putting our money where our mouth is. The Edwards Group is putting their money where their mouth is. And I don't see the need necessarily to put contingencies on it that we'll do what we say. That's part of our application, as Scott said. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. President.
Okay, Roger, Commissioner Torgensen, you got a question?
More of a comment than a question. I'm glad the gentleman answered the question about the being contingent upon having that 100-mile agreement, because I do believe that would have been unfair to them to put them in that situation. But I also am optimistic enough about the growth of the industry that I think having a track in that corner of the state that is geographically pretty far, about as far away from the other tracks as you could get, I think they have a good plan there, and I hope we can help these guys out and keep them going.
Thank you. All right, any other? Do we need to go in executive session? Do we need to deliberate? Do we need to?
President Broussard, just to answer Commissioner Schiffer's question, this is a part of their application packet under the current rules. If this is what their application is approved on, this is what they have to follow. If they want to deviate from this in any way, shape, or form, they would have to come before you all and get written approval from you all to deviate from this plan. And again, they would have to submit to the safety inspection prior to racing.
Thank you.
Do we want to make a motion? Because I am leaning against only for the 3-year portion of it. That's. Do we want to make? Well, we don't have a motion. Okay. Do we want outside comments at this point?
President Broussard, do you want to continue discussion on race dates? I mean, before you make a motion, you're going to want to know what dates you're going to approve. So I don't know if you want.
I don't know. Do you guys have thoughts on other race dates?
Mr. President, first of all, as I said, we're prepared to be flexible. We would certainly be open and gladly accept race dates that are in the September-October timeframe, if that's what this commission feels best. I realize, looking at the map, there's some dates in September already, but if we could get, a bit towards the end of September and some October dates for 2025. Again, I don't want to say, anything we're saying today, don't hold us against us, years down the road. But for this upcoming meet, that would be more than acceptable to us, yes.
President Broussard, if I may, are you going to have the equipment and the personnel to run in less than desirable weather if you were to go into mid to later October? See weather being an issue?
Well, Mr. President, Commission, yes, we would be prepared. I mean, we have discussed that and we are prepared, and it's not optimal, admittedly. We could catch a break and it could be no issue at all, or we could not catch a break and it could be a big issue. But we're prepared, and again, understand, we're the new entrants here. So we can't walk in the first day and say, hey, we're new, give us what we want. That's not how life works. So we're prepared to take the September, October timeframe, and as I say, would love to have, maybe the last week or last 2 weeks of September. I realize there'd be maybe some overlap there, but then move into October. We're prepared to do that.
Okay. You have specifics? Do we need to have vote on specifics?
President Broussard, I guess that's going to be how you want to handle that. As far as the overlap, staff is not fond of overlap either.
Yeah.
But I do want to make sure that everybody understands that we have done it for the last 4 years.
Yeah.
We've done it for an entire month. So if that's the direction you all choose to go, we
only have one overlap.
Yeah, we have one overlap. It's usually the entire month of June. So that's what it's been for the last 3 years. So, and I don't know if you want to break for a little bit and see if they want to discuss dates, or if you all want to move forward, that's up to you.
Yeah, Mr. President, we are, First Racing and myself personally have been involved in rates discussions across the country in countless different states. And so it is a little bit unique to be sitting here proposing dates that have an impact on others without having had the opportunity to talk with the others. And I've just sat here and told you repeatedly how our intention, and I mean it, is to cooperate with people. Ideally, we'd love to have an opportunity to at least chat with others. I personally, think if our application was approved now and we took a break to talk about specific dates, I don't know that we could reach any agreement, but perhaps we could talk with the other operators and come up with something that at least we've gotten their input. I don't want to sit here and tell you what works for us without getting input from others.
Sandy, go ahead.
So I have a question for all of the operators, I guess. As we look at this calendar, it appears as though it's all weekend events, which is probably a good idea, but had you considered running a Thursday or a Monday in addition to the weekend to get your race dates? So I don't know if that's ever been a consideration for any of the operators, but it might move this along.
Yeah, Mr. President, we are open for that, and I, at the risk, I don't want this to come off wrong, but it sort of feels like the other operators maybe kind of spread out as much as they could when they submitted their dates this year, in order to maybe limit the amount of opportunities we had. I'm not sure that's happened, but I know some of them asked for additional dates, and you're correct, there are a lot of weekends, and which obviously is typical, but we would be open to running other days as well. So I'll leave it at that.
Mr. President, I'm not quite sure how this goes, and I guess I'm looking to Nick and Charlie on this one. But the way I understand it, if we get a motion and vote on it, it's for the application as presented, which would mean the dates that have been presented. If the operator wants to amend its dates, then we would consider it in that light. Is that correct?
President Broussard, Commissioner Schiffer, that would be correct unless the motion is crafted to amend the dates as it's approved.
Question, Commissioner Bolt?
See, that makes me want to approve your application for 2025 only with the dates. And that would give the commission an opportunity to evaluate how things went, how the dates went, what you did with the 100-mile waiver issue, whether you were able to solicit enough horses, whether you were able to generate sufficient purses. We could look at that again in determining what kind of season you had in 2026. And so that's where I'm leaning. You're asking us to approve a project in phases, which makes sense. But it also makes sense to me that the commission ought to put itself in a position where it can improve your project in phases. We would also have a chance to look to see if you in fact were able to put the improvements in that you say you're going to put in. I mean, nobody in Wyoming has built a track from scratch for years. And there may be some obstacles out there that none of us see. And so we could look at that and we could deal with that. We could talk about that. So that's where I'm leaning. Because asking you to come up with dates today, asking you to resolve the issue of the 100-mile radius issue today, that's not going to happen. So if we approve an application today, we're approving those dates and we're approving the duplication. And if after we do this, they go out and negotiate some new dates, we have a couple meetings before they can come in and get it amended. But
Can amend dates. just on our own.
yeah. So are we at the point where we can make a motion? Your Honor, I would move, let me see if I can make this motion.
Take your time. Yeah, you're the right guy.
I would make a motion to approve the live event application for Cowboy Racing for the 2025 season only. And I don't know is that sufficient, Nick, Charlie? Mike?
Mr. President, would the idea be for the race dates as submitted for?
Yeah, as submitted.
Okay.
Submitted. And you guys understand that with the dates as submitted, you may have trouble getting horses. You may have trouble generating purses, but that's how we would do it. And then if you want to go out and you do want to go out and negotiate and you come up with other dates, you can always come back to the commission and amend this. But if you want approval today, this is what I would suggest. This is what I would be in favor of.
I would second that motion.
We have a first. I don't know, but that's the point. The other commissioners can amend based on our negotiations. Which dates would they be?
Mr. President, if I might ask a question.
Sure.
It's not clear to me under that proposal, and I do understand the proposal, and look, we respect your views on the length of the license. We disagree, but we obviously respect your views. So under Commissioner Bowles' proposal, what dates specifically would be approved, would be the baseline that we would be negotiating off?
Yeah, the
Those
ones that
dates?
you've already submitted. Yeah.
Okay.
As submitted.
That would be,
Your application.
Yeah. So again, like Commissioner Bowles said, we're giving you time now to communicate and coordinate with others. And if you see better dates, we just did today, we amended dates. So, submit them to the commission and we will review and approve changes if we see fit.
Mr. President, can you give me one moment?
Sure, of course. Yeah. And the 100-mile route too.
Yeah, Mr. President, we would certainly be pleased with that if that's what this commission chooses to do.
Okay. So as it stands, it's the application as presented with the exception of the 2 additional years. We've not added conditions in regard to the 100-mile rule?
No.
No? Okay.
And no condition on that. They know, they understand it's an issue and they're sophisticated and
Yeah,
they'll
that's,
deal with it as they see fit.
yeah, that's not even in our approval process. So
Yeah.
we have a motion and a second, and now we'll open up to questions, more questions. Commissioners, do you guys have questions? Yeah, Commissioner Wildcat.
Thank you, Mr. President. I guess my question, my concern is, as I'm looking at rules and statute, And by limiting an applicant to these restrictions based on days and whatnot, we do not have a first come, first serve type of standard in there. So I believe it's not within our purview, and yes, we're responsible for keeping public confidence, integrity, and everything else. But they're coming into the industry, it's their risk they're taking. They're investing all their money, like I said, 5 million or what it plus. So that's my concern of whether or not it's within our purview and our authority.
Are you talking about the dates?
The motion itself, restricting that, the 1 year based on those dates, or
Well,
the
I don't-
overlap
I don't-
concern and everything.
I don't see it as a restriction. I see it as an opening, a beginning. No one's saying we're not giving them a license in 26 or 27. We're just saying we're prepared to start the process
And
see how it goes.
wouldn't a new application have to be submitted based on those changes?
Would we have to amend this one? Would we have to amend this application to show those dates? Or would it-
Mr. President, so the way I understand it is that the commission by statute has the discretion to amend, or I guess, approve, deny, or amend an application or a permit. And so that, it would be what this commission is doing if it approves 1 year, it effectively is amending the permit and the application to a 1 year.
So would that be a separate motion?
We could go into executive session.
Which one's that gonna be under?
Second. All in favor of executive session, say aye.
Commissioners, we're going into executive session pursuant to 16. Hey, it's pursuant to 16-405A, Roman numeral 9.
We didn't,
Correct?
Michael. Mike,